Sharing.
And we're live. Everything good?
It is loading.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I think we should be good.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you all for showing up. I know we have a long meeting today, but we will power through as we always do. And so, yeah, we'll go ahead. I'll call this meeting at 7:02 p.m. So we'll go ahead and get started. So approval of the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Eva.
Can we please strike the Bruin advocacy grant allocations?
Perfect. Alicia?
Could we please strike ARC allocations for this week? Thank you.
All right. Janice?
Could we strike the SWC programming fund?
All right. Tara?
Can we add a line item to restrict Ileana's funding for the disability program?
Okay. And then one sec while Megan finishes typing that. Okay, Evan?
Yeah, can we strike TGIF, please?
All right. Megan?
I'd like to add an appointment for Pumudi for USAC Judicial Board as an action item.
Amazing.
Do we have to vote on that?
That's a great question. Fernando, do they need to vote on that one? I'm not sure since they haven't approved it yet, if it matters.
I don't think it matters because it's the beginning.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Hey. Jonathan?
Yeah, so your personnel matter, you're going to want to make an action, an executive session item.
Okay.
And you can strike the reports for Luna and Klomoski. They're both on vacation this week.
Okay. Awesome. We don't use that quite often. Slay. Okay. And Lucy?
Can we please strike capital contingency and contingency programming?
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. Sujana?
Hi, can we please strike ASRF and TGMF allocations? Thank you.
Oh, okay. And Megan, you got what's in the chat about the thing?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Any other amendments to the agenda before we get started? 1, 2, 3, and we're done. Okay. So can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Evan motions. Can I have a second?
I second. Oh,
Who was okay? Evan motions. Sujana seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right. Perfect. Please lower your hands. Okay. I had 14 hands raised on that first one, so we're all good. That's everybody. Let me just double check that real quick.
you may have counted Lucy by accident.
Oh, got you. Okay, so 13 people raised their hands. Okay, so 13-0, and that is approved. Perfect. Thank you all. Okay. So next for minutes from July 3rd. Yeah. So hope everyone got the opportunity to review those minutes. Is there anything that needs to be changed on there, or were we all good? Okay, I'll take that silence as we're all good. Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes from July 3rd?
I move to approve the minutes from July 3rd.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I have a second?
Second.
Dang, I got no clue who said that.
I think it was like me and Eva.
Perfect. Okay, so
Give it to Janice.
Jenna seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, 13, please lower your hands. Okay. All against? All abstaining? Perfect. 13-0. And our minutes from our last meeting is approved. Awesome. Okay, cool. So now moving into public comment, that we'll go ahead and open that up at 7:06. So public comment is just the time for people to come in and voice any opinions, thoughts, concerns, where we get to hear them out. So we'll go ahead and open that. So please raise your hand if you're in the attendees for public comment, and we'll go ahead and get to you. Okay. Eliana? I see.
Hi, thank you so much. Good to be back with y'all. So in case anyone doesn't know, I'm a UCLA student, used to be when Gen Rep's in here, and I just want to talk about transfers and their budgets. So y'all have your $10 million budget, and right now the transfer student representative budget is like $2,250, and I think a lot of us in and around USAC have struggled with inadequate budgets, and it's a big problem. It really puts students at a disadvantage, in this case with transfer students being like 30% of the population, and often the administration not coming through for them and neglecting them and all of that, and with the barriers and the overlap with other communities, disabled students, students of color, low-income students. I definitely think it would be, let's increase this funding, like $2,250. That does not make sense at all. And it just, we're out here doing amazing work and like the self-governance of students and showing what we're capable of. And one thing that's needed to move that forward is to increase the transfer student representative budget. Thank you so much. Good to be with you.
Okay, thank you so much, Eliana. I appreciate it. Okay, Andrew.
Hello. I just graduated from UCLA. I was a transfer student, and I also wanted to share similar concerns. As a transfer, I've felt that the allocations given to transfers in general is already significantly lower than it is for the traditional student population. Personally, I received a UC Regent scholarship as a transfer, and to my surprise, it was the amount allocated to me was half of that transfer to a regular student. And this is a practice that continues across the board. This isn't something new. This isn't something fair, really, to transfer students. A lot of us work very, very hard to get into the positions where we are. And unfortunately, we're not treated the same as traditional students. And I feel that part of this $10 million budget should, a larger part of this $10 million budget should be allocated towards transfer students, especially when you have a TSR as capable as Tyra Cobbs. She's led many, many great events and programs in the short time that I've known her. And I know that increasing that budget, she can do many things for the transfer community. And I just don't feel good about how transfers are being discriminated, even in, this large a case. $2,250 is absolutely nothing to $10 million, which the majority is given to traditional students. And just overall, it's a shame to see that this is the way the budget is being allocated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Going into our next, Cassius, I'm so sorry if I butchered that, and please correct me.
No, that is right. You can also call me Casey. I'm also a incoming second year transfer. I am public commenting today about my distaste as well of how USAC is disregarding transfer students towards allocation of their annual funding budget. As stated in the budget section under fee and program specific expenses, the transfer student representatives are only receiving $2,250 for the whole year. And I want to emphasize that transfers represent around like 30% of the student undergraduate population at UCLA. And this really shows how, to be unjust, how USAC cannot fund transfer offices in an equitable manner, overall really marginalizing us on funds that we deserve to utilize within our transfer organizations. So with that being said, the transfers are advocating for an adjustment of the budget to increase that $2,250 for the TSR office allocation. And that would be all.
Thank you. Okay, Desiree? Well, yeah, Desiree?
Hi, everyone. My name is Desiree. I'm a future transfer student and currently serving as Secretary of Legislative Affairs at Sacramento City's College for the Student Associated Council there. And I, too, want to express my strong opposition and believe that the budget given to the Office of a TSR is inadequate. I know that the TSR plays a crucial role in supporting the transfer students and their transition to UCLA and helping them integrate into campus life. But with the current budget constraints that this is proposing, the TSR will unfortunately be unable to provide the students with the level of support that they need and that they deserve. So investing in the TSR is not only important for the success of transfer students, but I believe it's also for, the overall health and vibrancy of the campus community UCLA is known for. When transfer students feel supported and connected, we know that they are more likely to engage in campus life and then contribute altogether to the wider community. So this obviously benefits everyone on campus and then helps them to create a welcoming and inclusive environment for all, which I believe is a priority for USAC. So therefore, I'm urging that you reconsider the budget allocation for the TSR and then provide the necessary funding to ensure that transfer students from here on out receive the support that they deserve to succeed. Thank you.
Very much appreciated. Okay. Giovanni, I'm going to come back to you because I know it's on a, I believe, separate topic. So let me just run through these really quick. I do see your hand. Ashley.
Hi, my name is Ashley Teague. I am an incoming second-year transfer student at UC Berkeley and the ASUC transfer student representative-elect. I can kind of speak to the experience of also being the only elected transfer within my student government, as I know Tyra is. And I think this is kind of appalling considering that transfers make up a third of newly admitted students across the UC system. And at UCLA specifically, about 30% of the student body. And one of the things that I can say is that I've seen how increased funding has helped transfers run in the past and also just students run in other offices as well, just because the types of initiatives that you can take on with receiving more funding as part of the office kind of increases the scale of your projects and has led to more successful campaigns in the future. So I think by increasing this budget, not only are we going to be helping transfer students on campus, but also make those opportunities more available to transfer students as a whole within our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Cyrus?
Hi, everyone. Can you guys all hear me? Good? Just cool. So before I jump into the purpose of why I'm here, I just want to make a short intro. My name is Cyrus. I'm UCLA TSR's newly appointed Chief of Staff for Tyra Cobbs. I currently work above the legislature for Governor Newsom, and I'm going to be staying on remotely during my time here at UCLA. However, I'm here to address you all today as an incoming transfer. So as we all know, transfer students make up over 30% of UCLA admits. We have a total of 44,589 students. Approximately 14,000 of us are transfers. We are an integral part of this university community, bringing diverse perspectives, experience, and talents. Yet despite our significant presence, the budget allocation for our representation, the office of the TSR, is atrocious. UCLA USAC is fortunately able to enjoy a substantial budget of approximately $10.1 million for the fiscal year. And in that number, the office of the TSR is receiving a mere $2,000 for the entire year. This discrepancy is not just a financial matter, but it is a matter of equity and representation. Our office strives to host vital transfer events, provide essential resources, and offer incentives to support our fellow transfers. However, a budget of $2,000 is severely hampers our ability to create a positive impact and build a welcoming environment for our transfers. UCLA is one of the most well-known and influential institutions, as we all know. This will not just impact our TSR, but it will open the doors for other campuses to openly discriminate budget for transfer resources. It really sets a dangerous precedent. We know that the journey to transferring to a top-tier institution like UCLA can be challenging, and the support and resources that we receive during this transition makes a significant difference in our academic and personal successes. Speaking as an incoming transfer and TSR chief of staff, this is not what I want my transfers to be walking into. Literally, so many students are excited to transfer in. So, while UCLA while UCLA fronts to be transfer friendly, what are we actually doing to support our community? And no disrespect, Naomi, but it is disheartening to acknowledge that you haven't done your job to represent all students equally and fulfill your duty to adequately support our transfers. This negligence just further emphasizes the importance of our collective voice in action and advocating for the resources that we deserve. And this is coming from someone who is holding an active position in the government. To all USAC.
It's only 2 minutes per public comment, but I do want to respond to that in saying that we haven't set this precedent under my presidency. For the budget, I received the same amount that Tyra does as an office that doesn't have a referendum passed. So a referendum basically guarantees money to go to specific offices. So that's something that we've discussed that we can do under the TSR office, but that's just something we haven't had. So last year, they received about the same amount of money. Previous years, they've received the same $2,000. So I don't appreciate you saying that I've set this precedent, that I've allocated this small amount to the TSR office as someone that gets the same amount as the TSR office. So thank you. We're moving on to Kyle.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kyle Johnson, and I am a transfer student, a senior at UC Davis. This past year, I served as UCSA Transfer Student Advisory Council Secretary, as well as I worked in the Transfer Student Representative Office as Director of External Relations at UC Davis. While those positions have ended, I was able to gain a lot of insight to the needs of my fellow transfer students in the UC system. While I was in the TSR office at UC Davis, we also shared a very similar budget of about $2,000 for the whole operating year. We found it extremely difficult to support the amount of transfer students that we needed to support at our school, given that low amount of funds, especially since there weren't a lot of outside grants or other support measures for transfer students out there. In speaking with other campuses, I found that transfer students system-wide face systemic barriers to equal access to programs, services, clubs, and research. And these problems are large scale and require heavy investment into events and advocacy to break down these barriers. This is why properly funding the transfer student representative at each campus is critical to the success of transfer student advocacy at each school, especially when you have a proven leader like Tyra. This is why I'm advocating for a significant increase in the transfer student representative budget at UCLA. Thank you so much for holding the public comment.
Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate it. Okay, Saris. Oh, wait. Yeah. Or moving on, question mark. Sorry, I'm just going based off the hands raised. I believe, did Saris already discuss? Yeah, okay. Is it Huden? I'm so sorry if I butchered that.
It's Hodan. It's okay.
I appreciate it.
No, it's totally fine. Okay, my name is Hodan, and I currently work in the legislative office in the Capitol. I have family members who first start out, especially my little brother, who first started as a UC, and I started to notice the issues that he was facing in terms of the finances and stuff, not getting the support or the adjustments. I know that when it comes to budgeting, it's always difficult to allocate, to know exactly where things are more important to place in, but to see how it's 2,250, it kind of sheds light on where the priority lies when it comes to the UC, especially knowing that the fellow transfer students should feel as though they're just like regular students as well, because they are coming in as regular students. And even if the UCs don't consider them as regular students, that's all the more reasons for them to have a higher budget in order to support them adjusting from coming from a community college or any situation that they came from, especially working hard, not having the opportunities or even having a legacy type situations. There are enormous people who are like well known over the years that are alumni in these UC universities that are actually transfers themselves, whether they came from a different university or coming in or just a simple community college or program. It still is very important to shed light and give more support to people who actually struggle, because when you don't know your way around things, it's very difficult. I can understand there's an issue when it comes to internationals where people is like, oh, if you're foreign or other aspects, people want to jump on the bandwagon. But to be fair, people have different circumstances. Not every shoe fits in that situation. But when it comes to being considered, specifically coming from community colleges and working hard to get to those positions, I think we should start on that first and then see where all the other budgets can lie, depending on the needs. But I feel like it should be more than what it is right now. So yeah.
Thank you. And just sorry to kind of talk about that. I don't want to discredit international students' experiences as well. So just be wary of some of the words that we use going forward. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Kyle, did you already speak? Okay, I'm going to Giovanni. Oh, wait, sorry, Sydney first. Sorry, Giovanni. It is very muffled, babe.
Okay, sorry. Hello?
That's better, thank you.
Hi, so yeah, my name is Sydney Wheeler. I just recently finished my first year at UCLA. And I'm also a transfer student. And yeah, just my first year here, I'm just kind of like shocked at how much like transfer bias there kind of is. So I don't know, I didn't really think that existed because like I worked really hard to get here, and I'm sure everyone else did, but I just felt like, you know, I was in student government at my community college, and I thought there'd be more recognition for, you know, transfer students' hard work. I know I worked twice as hard in community college than I did in high school to get where I am today. And I don't know, I feel like a lot of transfers share that similar sentiment, and they would just like to see their work recognized. I know you guys are the newly elected USAC, so I just hope you guys hear and honor and acknowledge everybody's voices that have spoken today. You guys know the numbers. I'm not going to repeat them because, I mean, you know, but it's quite a small amount. So I just hope you guys acknowledge and listen to everybody's voices today, and just reconsider changing the budget amount, because I think we all know that is not a proportionate amount to the transfer students that are here at UCLA. So yeah, thank you guys for holding public comment, and thank you guys so much.
Thank you for your time. Okay. So, Oseas?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So my name is Oseas Garcia. I'm the incoming STOMP coordinator for UCLA. And I also work for the County of San Diego for one of the board of supervisors. So one of the things, being a transfer student, this is my last year, it's very important to support others, because when I came in, I didn't really have that much support. And now that I'm seeing that the budget allocated towards the transfer representative is $2,500 for the whole year, it's just mind blowing, because I want my tuition to help out, to represent all the transfers. And our transfer community is extremely strong and supportive. And we want to make sure that the TSR has enough resources and money to continue to support our community first, and also others, because we worked so hard to get here, and coming from so many backgrounds, with so many trials. Like for myself, it was immigration, deportation. Others, there were formerly incarcerated veterans. So there's so many backgrounds. So we need to increase the funding for the TSR to continue to support our students. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, Giovanni. Are you still there, Giovanni?
There we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, my name is Giovanni. I'm the OSAC co-chair for office spaces at Kirchhoff. I was recently appointed for this position in the beginning of the year, and I started in the spring quarter. And I just wanted to come here today to bring to the board's attention that my co-chair, April, has been absent through the majority of my term. And despite multiple efforts to reach her, I've been unable to communicate with her plans or discussions about any matters for OSAC. And so after discussing with FAC and student government support managers, we decided if it were best to have her removed. And so I'm just here today to bring that to the board's attention so that can be proceeded in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that matter we'll be talking about towards the end of our meeting. So I appreciate you taking the time to come to public comment as well. Okay, so I will go ahead and close public comment at 7:27, and we will get started with the rest of today's agenda. Thank you all for your time and for your words. It's definitely, we'll be talking about it in a bit, is what I'll say. Okay, starting with our appointments, just a run through of what we, how our appointments work. So we have our candidates give 1-minute introductions, then we do a brief question and answer period. We will try and keep these a bit briefer than previous time, just because we do have, I believe, 11 appointments for today. I just want to make sure that we can run through everybody because they did take the time to come to our USAC meeting. Then the candidate will have a 1-minute closing. We'll hear Art's recommendations and their kind of statement that they come together with. We'll do brief deliberations, and then we'll go ahead and vote on the candidates. Okay, so we will go ahead and start with our Finance Committee Chair, Lucy. And whenever you're ready, give your 1-minute introduction.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucy Yin, and I go by she, her, hers pronouns. I'm a rising third year at UCLA, and I'm studying computational systems biology with a minor in data science engineering. And I joined the USAC Finance Committee my first year as a general member, where I was specifically managing the social media and auditing events, as well as taking on the general responsibilities of grading the funding applications that we get for capital contingency and contingency. And this past year, I served as the vice chair, helping manage emails, sign requisitions that are under $500. And I also met with the Student Government Accounting Office every week. And then I also continued to review funding applications. And this upcoming year, I'm applying to be head chair of USAC FICOM. I hope to continue to increase transparency for funding and continue to support our UCLA organizations in planning and executing meaningful events. Thank you guys so much for your time in interviewing me today.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Okay, so now we will go into some questions from council. Please ask questions. Okay, Sarah, go ahead.
Hello, Lucy. Thank you so much for coming to our council meeting. My question is, sometimes the FICOM chair is the position, because your signature is required for some stuff, is sometimes held between like USAC desires and like certain administrations desires. So how do you plan on balancing sort of that being the in-between in that scenario?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely foresee this as something that will pop up throughout this year. Just making sure that I need to balance administration and what they want versus what USAC and our council and what we want. But I think my main goal and way to approach this is just always making sure that I have our students' interests at heart. The entire goal of USAC, FICOM, is to support our student organizations in planning events so that they can impact the communities that they are looking to affect. And so taking into account what I'm being asked for a signature or any sort of need from administration or council, I always know that what's most important is the students, and just making sure that we're prioritizing transparency, equity, and just upkeeping those morals. And then also in certain situations like that, I know our previous head chair and other head chairs have had these sorts of experiences. And so I'll make sure to reach out to them and see kind of how they've dealt with previous situations and take that into account for whatever is currently happening. But generally, I just want to make sure that I'm communicating with all parties and just making sure that we're keeping our students' interests at our heart.
Thank you. Okay, Gabby?
Hi, Lucy. So as chair, how would you educate the student body about the budget and the financial decisions that are affecting them?
Yeah, definitely. Transparency is extremely important just because the funding body that we run is one of the most large funds on campus, which is contingency. And so I want to make sure that all students are aware of this resource because it is a really great way to apply for funds. It is one of the most flexible. So people can apply as many times as they want per quarter, and there's less limitations on line items. And so this is definitely something that we want to emphasize coming into this next year. Something that we want to continue to do is just something that we didn't really do that last year, and something I want to do this year is have a bigger social media presence because a lot of people and organizations are on there to look for different resources. And we weren't super active last year. And so I think this will help reach a lot more students. And also just making sure that during USAC meetings, because these are open to the public, having our encouraging questions for the allocations that we have every week, where our money is being allocated, just because these are coming from student fees and people do want to know where their money is being allocated. And then also in terms of student groups who are applying to our fund, we're being really responsive with our emails. And so I want to make sure to continue to do that, especially coming with questions when people come with questions about their allocations, maybe why they didn't get allocated the full amount that they applied for, and kind of guiding them through the funding process and helping as many student groups as possible get as much funding as possible. So, and then also having our committee throughout the year, as we're grading applications, take notes on every application that we have to ensure that everyone, if a student group reaches out for a question about their allocation, we have notes prepared on why we gave them certain grades for the application and why we ultimately allocated the funding that we allocated. And so transparency comes in a lot of different rounds, but we just want to make sure that we're reaching as many students as possible and being as accessible as possible for these students too.
Thank you. Sujana?
Yeah, hi, Lucy. So my question is just if you could maybe touch on some inefficiencies that you identified through your experience last year, if any, I suppose, and how you see yourself addressing and fixing those inefficiencies in the coming year, not only within FICOM, perhaps in your relationship with SGA as well.
Yeah, definitely. That's a really good question. And I definitely identified some things from last year that I want to work to change this year. Starting from something that I touched on earlier, just being more present on social media, having our resources out there so more students are aware of contingency. And then another thing is our relationship with SGA. This past year, we've done a really good job of keeping in contact with them. Josh and I, our previous head chair, went to meet with Linda and Josh from SGA every week. However, there are definitely a lot of improvements that we can make with our relationship with SGA. One of the biggest problems that we encountered last year was when there was a miscommunication about our budget and we had to close our contingency early in the spring quarter, which definitely wasn't ideal because a lot of big events happen in spring quarter, like culture nights and banquets and stuff. And we want to make sure that we can fund those as well. And so this year, I really want to focus on continuing to have very, very consistent communication with SGA, especially about our budget, to make sure that we have enough funds to last us throughout the year and fund all of the big events that we have all throughout the year. And so definitely maintaining a good relationship with everyone in SGA is something that's really important to me and will definitely benefit our fund. And And yeah.
Okay, and last question will be Evan.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming out here, Lucy. I guess my question, so as the TGIF chair, we see it all the time that people come and maybe don't have the best understanding of the funding body that they're applying to. So I guess my question is, how would you better collaborate with existing funding bodies to make the kind of navigation system a little bit easier? When you're looking at all these different funding bodies, like how do you make it a little bit more simplified to know where you should go for the right amount of money and for the right ask?
Yeah, definitely. That's something that I also ran into as like a finance director for other like UCLA organizations on campus. And so navigating funding applications from all these different bodies is definitely very complicated and something that we can work on streamlining next year. I would say a resource that I typically use a lot when I work with finances for clubs is just the USAC funding website. And that kind of has a list of like a lot of the like SGA, like the funds under SGA. And those have like information about like how many times you can apply per quarter and things that they fund. But I do think that that website is not well known to a lot of students. And so making sure that we have that more out there. And I also have ideas to revamp the website so that it's more accessible for students to search for which fund is best for them to apply to, just because there are so many that it's really hard to navigate like deadlines, which line items that they allocate towards. And so having like a sorting system where finance directors or like anyone who's trying to look for funding can kind of sort through the funds and see which funds are going to be like helping with what line items that they're trying to purchase for their event. And then also making sure that requisition processes for each of these funds are streamlined too. And so what we've done this year is just every time we send out allocations, send very detailed like information on how to submit and fill out the requisition. And so making sure that that is streamlined too, because a lot of requisitions come back to us from different funds, and then the process just really isn't streamlined. So I think kind of sorting out the website and revamping that, making that more accessible and available to students, and then also just being more transparent with like how to fill out requisitions and how to apply for funds is definitely focus for next year.
Thank you so much, Lucy, for those in-depth responses. Now you can move forward with your 1-minute closing statement.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you guys so much for your questions today. And I just wanted to kind of reiterate and emphasize some points that I said earlier. As head chair of USAC FICOM, I want to continue to promote and work towards diversity and inclusivity on our campus by reaching as many communities as possible, especially through our recruitment cycle this year, as well as throughout the year when we are working on funding all the student organizations. And furthermore, I want to increase transparency between USAC offices and also to the student body to ensure that people know how to secure as much funding as possible for their events, and so that they're aware of where their money is being allocated. And I'm really excited to see what's in store for FICOM and USAC in general. And thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, let's hear ART's recommendations.
ARC voted 3-0 on Lucy.
Awesome. Is there a statement at all?
Yes, let me read it. So with 2 years of experience on the finance committee and a clear understanding of their duties, struggles, and responsibilities, along with the logistical information crucial to this role, we believe that Lucy will be an amazing finance committee chair, and we hope to work with her closer in the future.
All right, thank you so much. So now it's time for deliberations. Is there any additional comments that anybody would like to say before we go into voting? Ooh, quiet. Okay, cool. So now we'll go ahead and vote. Can I have a motion?
I move to appoint Lucy to the FICOM position.
Thank you. Megan, you seconded? Seconded? Yeah, okay. Sarah motions, Megan seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 14, and we do have 14 voting members today, so we are all good. All right, 14-0. And this appointment, Lucy is now our finance committee chair. Amazing, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you guys.
Okay, number 2. Okay, Student Rights Education Committee. We have Wen Jun.
I'm promoting him right now.
Perfect. And then whenever you're ready, please give your 1-minute introduction.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, hi, I'm Wanjun. So I am applying for the SREC funding committee. I actually go by Chang, and I use he/him pronouns. I am currently a freshman going to sophomore, going to major in business economics, as well as declaring a minor in data science engineering. So the reason why that I apply for the SREC pledge fund role is because I think that it would complement my current position in the Community Service Commission well. So currently I'm in the Transport Committee of the CSC, and I feel like having a role at SREC would assist with my roles by being able to provide me with experience, such as in driver safety training and vehicle orientation activities that we do on both sides, as well as the fact that many of our service organizations under CSC do require funding help, for example, to purchase the insurance for volunteers or to conduct live scans and TB tests so that they can settle that part of the logistics for their to better serve their respective committees. So I feel like one of my main advantages is that although I have no prior experience at SREC before, I've actually done similar activities in reviewing risk education protocol when I was serving the army back in Singapore, and I was serving as a medic, so I was involved in a bit of work for evaluating like training safety protocols, and I feel like I have some transferable knowledge there. But most importantly, I feel like I'm here to learn, and I feel like I'm open to this new experience.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we go into question period. Any questions from council? Crickets. Okay, I'll ask a question.
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. So can you elaborate a bit more on how you feel like your position in the Community Service Commission will work well with this appointment?
Yeah, so my current position at the CSC on the Transport Committee is to promote like our transport resources. So CSC manages a fleet of vans, and then my job scope is to take them for insurance, make sure that the papers are clear, but also to promote the fact that we have this logistic available and a funding actually to use these vans for the different clubs under the CSC. So this would complement the roles with the SREC Pledge Fund, especially with some activities such as vehicle orientation or driver safety training, and that's something that is mutually transferable, because on my CSC side I also have a driver's training portfolio. So when it comes to vehicular safety as well as related insurances as well as the use of vehicles, I feel that this is a common ground, and I feel that being able to understand how both resources on the CSC side as well as on the USAC SREC side work together will allow me to make better recommendations, not only to like the clubs under CSC, but also any other clubs that might potentially have a use for the SREC's resources when they want to organize activities, because we also provide resources that such as like crowd management or like wider liability management resources that will be beneficial to other clubs too. Yeah.
Thank you. That was an amazing link. Sarah?
Hi, thank you so much for coming to our
Hi.
council meeting. My question was, could you highlight what you think are some of the more important attributes to this role, and like what are your attributes that will complement this role specifically?
Yeah, so I feel like some of the important attributes to this role is that currently what the SREC Pledge Fund does is that we come together and do a vote on the proposals. So we will collect proposals about the usage of the SREC funding, and then the board, the committee members would come together and put through a vote as to whether we should approve it or not. I feel that what are some of my attributes that would contribute to this role is that when we do voting on these proposals, we do have like a set of criteria, and the criteria, as with many other kind of documentation, needs like regular update based on the situation on the ground. And I feel like my experience in evaluating safety protocols and like raising suggestions and identifying risk points would be helpful to that role. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, we'll go ahead and move forward with your 1-minute closing statement.
Yeah, so my closing statement would be like a proposal of something that I think I would do slightly differently. So right now, based on what I know, what we are currently doing at the SREC fund is that we receive the proposals and then we evaluate and vote on it. But I feel like having had other experiences, both applying and reviewing funding proposals myself, I feel like something that would be really helpful that I would like to introduce is to have a preliminary round of review before the real review. Because many proposals, when those submitters are writing the application, they are not as clear about our criteria as we are. So they might expect us to have a different set of perspective or criteria in seeing the proposal than we actually do. So what would end up happening is that some of the proposals that I have seen in other contexts, they address these expectations that may not necessarily align with the actual criteria that we are using. So my proposal is to do like a preliminary round of review where I would look through the initial submission and give some of my feedback back to the applicant about what are some things that I know about the criteria that I feel like have not been addressed, or what are some limitations of the proposal that I feel like the program itself has a strength in, but it's not being explicitly stated in the proposal, and so that the authors of the proposal can try to go back and incorporate this feedback so to refine their proposal. I feel like this would help because we want to support as many worthy projects as possible, and we don't want a case where the project is actually worth the funding, but because of the way that certain things are worded in the proposal, because there's a difference in expectations, that we do not approve well-deserved funding for these projects. So that's what I intend to do. Yeah.
Dang, that sounds amazing. Okay, we'll move forward with ARC's recommendations.
ARC voted 3-0 to 0 for Chang. And then our statement is Chang had super insightful ideas on how to improve this funding body and committee. He is extremely passionate about helping out student organizations with transparency and ensuring that they can get the funding that they need. With this said, ARC would like to recommend Chang to the SREC with a 3-0 to 0 vote.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, deliberation time. Any comments for our applicant today?
He had a very impressive interview. I will just say that. Very impressive.
Megan. And yeah, just from reviewing your application alone, I really wanted to push you forward for this role. I think you'll do amazing things. Just based on some of the things that you shared today, your past experience, and your ideas that you have, I think they're really great and will be very valuable to this position. So thank you for applying and coming to USAC today. Besides that, comments? All right, we'll move forward with voting. Can I have a motion? Please.
I motion to move Chang forward to be appointed to the SREC.
Making motions. Can I have a
Oh, I second.
Who was that? Oh my God, why am I struggling?
That was me. I second. It's Katie.
Okay, Katie. I was like, who's me? Okay, Megan motions, Katie seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, please lower your hands. Okay, all against? All abstaining? Okay, 13-0 to 0. And now you are in the Student Risk Education Committee. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much for coming and congratulations. All right, perfect. We are chugging along. Okay, so we have our next up Student Health Advisory Committee. Izine, sorry if I butchered that. Please correct me.
Hello.
Good evening,
Hello. Awesome. And go ahead, start with your 1 minute introduction whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Esme Conko. My pronouns are she, her. I'm currently a second year majoring in pre-psychobiology. I'm applying for the position of undergraduate student member of the Student Health Advisory Committee. And I believe I'm a good fit for this position as I am committed to I'm committed to promoting the advocacy and well-being of all students here at USA's campus, especially our minority students, through awareness and educational campaigns. I believe my involvement and my expertise in multimedia, which includes Canvas, proficiency in Adobe Premiere Pro, videography, and social media content creation, in which I've worked as a member of 2 social media committees here on campus, will allow for me to create these campaigns, and my enrollment in the social and cultural organizations on this campus also allow me to add a different perspective to this committee.
Awesome. Okay, so now we'll go into questions. Any questions from council members? All right, Tyra, go ahead.
Azine, I'm curious how you being a Black student at UCLA has encouraged you to come sit on the council, and how you think your positionality as a Black student at UCLA will help you to serve in this role.
So as a Black student here at UCLA, and with only being here for 1 year, I haven't felt, to be very honest, very visible. We're only really 4% of this population. And I feel like a lot of the things kind of go past us. So as a Black student, I tried out for this position, first of all, just to increase more visibility to this committee, to Black students. I remember my fall quarter, I had a little problem, it was U-ship, and I had to go see the urgent care. I literally had no idea what I was doing, trying to find resources to find inpatient care. And it was just so hard for me just to find those resources quickly without having to go through multiple links, multiple pages. And I feel like using our Instagram account especially would be a great way just to make sure we have everything in one place that students can find very quickly. And I believe as continuing with my position as a Black student, I think I would love to add more advertising, more promotion and outreach within our Black student population. I think one of my ideas I had in the past was to do with the BBRC, there's 2 TVs in our BBRC, and they have where you can put advertisements. So if we had feedbacks or surveys that we want to use for the Student Health Advisory Committee, up there. In addition, I would also like to work with different groups within ASU and the Harambe Council. For example, we have Melanoma Medicine, which is a medical group here within our Black students. I think it would be a good idea to do I know in April it's National Health Minority Month, so I think it would be a really good idea to do a collab event in terms of where we can show more resources about mental health, sexual health, different types of health that USAC and UCLA have for our students that they just might not know about because it was never really given to them.
Thank you. Okay, Alicia.
Hi, Zine. What experience do you have in particular that kind of supports you in becoming the chair for this role?
Okay. So in the past, I have done a lot of multimedia content creation. So I've won awards for PSAs related to mental health in my Nigerian community, PSAs related to different types of education in terms of health that you can so I've done educational programs in terms of videos, social media, and TikToks especially. In the past year, I've joined an organization called LA Health Volunteers, and I'm part of the social media committee in which I help with making TikToks, Instagram pages, different types of social media content that students can easily find so they can find more resources about, because for our club, we do a lot of health fairs within the community, so they can find those health fairs and find different resources that they can find regarding to their health. Also this past year, I was part of Noma News Magazine, which is a Black news mag here on campus. I was part of the production staff in which I helped create videos and TikToks because, TikTok is one of the best ways to I feel reach students, especially at our age. I use that mostly to just get students to be more involved in our Black events. In the past, we had this Black Bruin Mobbing event, which was during the women's basketball game, and we brought more students to that. I was able to create a recap video so students can find more events like that in the future and join those later if they would like to. And mostly, I would say social media has been one of my strongest things. I can work a camera very well. I'm also really good at editing, and I'm also great with Canvas. I love doing this type of things in terms of just finding ways we can visually attract students to this information and make sure they're actually getting it and that's not skipping past a bunch of words that they have to read.
All right, Sujana.
Hi, Zine. It's great to see you. And I just want to kind of go off of Tyra's question. I'm very happy to see you in this position. And I know especially that medical racism is a major issue, particularly an issue that specifically targets Black women, and I'm sure an issue that is prevalent at UCLA as well. And so I just wanted to ask, in light of that, and obviously in all other aspects of UCLA's medical services, if you have any ideas for how we can improve the approach overall, and maybe take a more culturally informed approach as well.
So definitely as a Black woman, it is very hard, especially in the US in terms of medical institutions. So I think one great way to do that would be, I think I would love to create like just a week-long terms of like event in terms of where we can, 1, do educational outreach, 2, provide services, and then 3, just make sure that we're reaching every student possible, especially those who are not as represented. So for example, I know in the past that SAHC has done a collaboration with SWC in terms of like providing STI free testing for STIs. So I think that'd be a great idea to do that, especially for a mixture of just like advertising is in like these more minority positions. Like I know we can advertise in the BBRC. I know there's also like a transfer student center as well. And we also like also advertise within APC in terms of just like trying to reach all these minority groups within our campus and make sure they're all reached. So I would definitely, for example, as I was saying earlier, I would definitely do 1 week-long event in terms of like we have different types of things happening on each day, whether it be educational resources, physical resources that they can actually go out to and join and like participate in. And also, I feel like I should also, if I could, I would say there would also be a good idea to also add maybe a more fun component just to make sure that people are more involved and get people really out there so they can join and see what this is about and what they really have access to and like try to lessen those numbers a little bit more in the future.
Thank you so much. Okay, Gabby, is gonna be our last question.
Hi, thank you so much for being here today and for sharing your ideas. So my question to you is that the Student Health Advisory Committee is also involved in reviewing UC-SHIP. So how would you approach balancing requests for new benefits while also maintaining affordable health plan costs for students?
So my first and overall goal would always be to make sure we're representing our student needs. We do feedback surveys, making sure that people are asking getting what they ask for and getting what they need in terms of USHIP, which we have some problems, but me and USHIP, we have some problems. That's another thing. But I would say I would definitely try to get these feedbacks first. And then after that, I know we have to go through a whole more in terms of looking through the budget and see what we have available towards these funds. But I definitely would put student needs always first in terms of making sure that when they benefit these students who are paying for this and make sure that they also we have a way to make it more affordable and make sure that students can afford these because insurance is very expensive. So I definitely would go through the proper procedures in terms of making sure it's within our budget and then also make sure it fits students' needs. So there's like a little overlap between the two.
All right, thank you so much. And just want to clarify, it's Esme, right?
Esme, yes.
Esme, thank you so much. Okay, so we will go ahead into your 1-minute closing statement.
First, I'd like to say thank you for considering me for this position. It's been a really great process going through the whole thing. And I would like just to go back to my ideas in terms of just outreach. I had another idea that I didn't get to mention, which was a newsletter. And I would love to do a bi-weekly, maybe once a month newsletter in terms of which we have like what we talked about in our past meetings in terms of like what has happened, what have we worked on, what are we doing, resources, and just more of what the Student Health Advisory Committee is working on, and put that onto Instagram, put it through emails, put it in Linktree, just to make sure it's overly available so everyone knows what's available to them and what has been happening in the past like time duration since the last newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we hear Art's recommendations?
Art voted 3-0 for Esme. And then our statement is Esme is passionate, insightful, and very excited about representing students on the Student Health Advisory Board. She has great ideas about potential outreach, transparency, and garnering student insight on issues surrounding student health. With a 3-0 vote, the Appointments Review Committee believes she has the proper skills to continue her leadership on the Student Health Advisory Committee.
Okay, awesome. So we'll go ahead and head into deliberations. So any comments that folks want to make? I want to go ahead and kick us off. As I know we very shortly talked about this role, but I'm so happy that you applied. And given your amazing application, I just had to move it forward. So I definitely, your experiences, your past experience are definitely transferable skills that I think will be great for this appointment if you do get it tonight, which I really hope you do. Besides that, the ideas that you presented here are just so amazing and making just USHIP more digestible to students, and newsletter I think would be a perfect thing as well. And utilizing the Instagram more definitely is a great thing to do to just get the student population more informed about some of the resources that we do have and more resources that we hope to have. So thank you so much, and I'll pass off to Tyra.
Yes, thank you so much for coming to council and applying for this position. And honestly, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you're the first Black Bruin that we've interviewed for a different position on the USAC council. So I'm like actually really, really happy to see you right now. I'm especially happy that you're interested in a health-focused role, because that is so important across the UCLA campus. And I think that there really isn't that much being done in like certain communities, particularly like the Black community or the transfer community. So I definitely want to work with you in the future. If you're appointed, just know that I'm supporting you. And again, I'm just so happy that you're here. And yeah, have a good day. And thank you for coming.
Okay, Katie.
Hey, I just quickly wanted to say I was really, really impressed by your comment about the urgent care and how hard it was to find it, because that's something I've experienced multiple times. And I definitely know that you've been thinking about this role for a while. And it just makes me really excited to meet someone who, like, this position really means a lot and they have a lot of thoughts already going into it. So I just wanted to let you know I was really impressed, and I'm really excited for what you're going to be doing this next year.
Okay, awesome. Okay, can I go ahead and have a motion?
I move to appoint Esme to the Student Health Advisory Committee.
Megan motion.
Second.
Megan motions, Tyra seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, please lower your hands. All right, all against? All abstaining? Okay, 13-0, and Esme is now an appointment to our Student Health Advisory Committee. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Moving on to our Campus Retention Committee, we have Peyton. And whenever you're ready, please give your 1-minute introduction.
I am promoting them right now.
Good evening. My name is Peyton Zarceno. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm currently a rising second year majoring in molecular cell and developmental biology. I'm applying for the position as a USAC appointment from the Academic Affairs Commission for the Campus Retention Committee. With my past experience working with the Samahang Filipino Retention Coordinator and my upcoming role as the Director of Retention First for the AAC this academic year, I'm confident in my ability to communicate the needs of the CRC and our students to USAC. Throughout the past year, I've had the privilege of shadowing the Samahang Filipino Retention Coordinator, allowing me to gain valuable insights into the specific needs of our student community and really added to my experiences working in retention spaces. I was also given the opportunity to participate in the All Student Retention Center internship, allowing me to build relationships with students from all of our other retention programs. I think that my experience this past year has really provided me with a deeper understanding of the unique challenges our students face, and I'm genuinely committed to promoting their academic success, but also their overall holistic well-being. I'm eagerly looking forward to collaborating with other offices within USAC that are actively involved in student retention. I know that there's a lot to learn, but I know that we can utilize our knowledge and our resources to continue to use effective strategies that overall promote our student retention and success. And I'm excited about the possibility of contributing to the important work and love that goes into our Campus Retention Committee.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so we'll go into our brief question and answer. Okay, cool. So go ahead and kick us off.
Hi, Peyton. Great to see you. So my question is just that I know you have you have extensive experience in Samahang Filipino, but I would love to know, and you've touched on it a bit with your experience in the All Retention Center, but I'd love to know how you plan on communicating with the other mother org coalitions, mother orgs as well, representing the coalition as a whole, and how you plan on elevating the non-SP organizations as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. if I've learned anything at all this year, it's that our retention programs share a very similar goal of promoting their own student success. And I think that as an appointment, it's kind of your responsibility to make sure that all of our retention programs and all of our mother organizations are given the resources to succeed. I'm very familiar with Samahang Filipino, but also as my position as a Hispanic woman, you all want to see all of our communities succeed. I know I have a lot of experience with Samahang, but I know that all of our retention programs are very similar in what they would like to do. And I completely understand that, it's my responsibility to be able to share those sentiments with all of our retention programs.
Thank you. Alicia?
Hi, nice to meet you, Peyton. I'm Alicia. Aside from being cultural affairs commissioner here, I've also served 1 year as retention coordinator of Calmecag in the CRC, and I'm doing it again next year. My question for you today would be, were you aware of any of were you aware of the state of the CRC last year? And do you have anything you could say about it, and like any improvements or the what is it called? The plus, delta, and then like like any pros you'd like to, continue enhancing, or things you'd like to change with the role. It just seemed like the CRC was a little bit inactive and needed like some more like, I don't know, like, do you have any visions for the CRC and like what we could do to better support students, not just like with our individual projects, but like as a whole committee? Yeah, sorry if that was a little convoluted. I'm just trying to say, like, what is your vision? Do you have anything you'd like to improve from the previous year? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that one of the most important things that I'd like to bring to the table is just really strong communication between USAC, AAC, and the CRC, because I know that our mother orgs and our retention programs, they're all in very different stages of development right now, and they all need resources in different areas. And so I would really love to see more, I want to say, activity and just support and involvement from AAC, SWC, and the commissions that are supporting the CRC, just to help give them more structural support so that they have the, I want to say, the energy, but also like they're not pouring from an empty cup when they're doing work in retention, because retention does require a lot of work. It requires a lot of love, and it can lead to burnout really quickly because you're taking care of so many students. But plus delta minus, I think that's the like activity. Plus, I think I wasn't too familiar with what was going on with the CRC last year, but I know that we were all working towards rebuilding. So I think a Delta would definitely be continuing to support all our mother organizations, all our retention programs, so that they can continue to support their students, and so that they can continue to feel comfortable in SAC and in the SRC space and where they're housed.
Okay, thank you. And Sarah?
Hi, Peyton. So nice to see you again, and thank you so much for coming to our council meeting. I have 2 questions. I'll say them really, really quickly. One, how do you plan, or what are your plans to support students who are not necessarily within the MOs, but still like focusing on retention? And then 2, I think one of the biggest issues that council faced last year was like our like just with CPO and the checks being released and all that. So how do you see the CRC's role in the relationship between USAC and CPO?
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the first question?
Yes. How do you, sorry, the blurring of the background is not working, but how do you plan on supporting students who are not necessarily in the MOs, but still like retention is still like an important issue, and like they should also be served by the space?
Yeah, I think that, I come from a very, very privileged position in which I can take advantage of resources from Mecha, but also Spear. But I think that right now, I think AAC is in a really great position to be supporting students who don't belong to a mother organization, who don't have access to a retention program. Because if we can strengthen the relationship between CRC and the AAC, I think we can also increase the amount of resources that are being given to students. And this means that more students who maybe don't have access to an MO can still take advantage of resources through AAC or other USAC offices that are involved on the CRC. So I think that would be how I would address students who are looking for resources regarding retention and their well-being, but maybe don't have somewhere to go to in SRC or in SAC. And then we were talking about the CRC's role regarding CPO.
Regarding, like CPO and USAC.
Yeah. So I think these past few years have been especially challenging for the retention programs being housed in SAC, and the issues and tension that has arisen because of certain relationships regarding CPO. But I think that if USAC can get behind supporting our retention programs, then we can sort of ease the tension that is on the CRC right now. That maybe, sorry, I just read the chat, but maybe we can ease the tension that's just allowing the CRC to maybe give 100% to our students right now. But I think the CRC is just in a really tough position because of the way they've been treated. Some of the retention programs have been treated by CPO this year. So I think in order to kind of figure out their position, we have to continue to resolve the issues that are within the CRC first.
Thank you. All right, Tara.
Yes, thank you so much for coming to council. I'm just curious because a lot of the retention programs don't have transfer components. I know that VSU has one. I think that they are the only one that has a transfer component, and ASU is on its way to having one. So I'm just curious how you would work to implement transfer components across the different retention committees and basically support transfers through, my bad, Metcha also, but support transfers through the retention projects.
Yeah, I know this was something that was especially discussed this year with Spear because of PTSP is our Filipino transfer student program. But I think there's such a difference between retention regarding traditional students and non-traditional students that needs to be acknowledged. But I think this year I've seen a lot of increased transfer representation within our retention programs. And I think that as someone who would sit on the campus retention committee, really enforcing the idea that, transfer students are here, they have their own unique experiences that may not be covered through maybe like traditional peer counseling or resources that have already been provided. But increasing transfer student representation, talking about transfer student retention is definitely something that I have been thinking about and something that I look forward to talking about and exploring this year.
All right, thank you. So we'll move into your 1-minute closing statement.
Cool. So first and foremost, I want to express my appreciation to the council for granting me the opportunity to share my interest in this position. I'm truly excited about the prospect of being part of this wonderful opportunity. Having actively participated in the campus retention groups throughout the past year, I really do believe that I can contribute positively to the relationship between the CRC and USAC and really strengthening that relationship so that they can continue to support each other. Through my experiences and interactions with various student populations, I feel like I have an understanding of the issues that need to be addressed, especially this upcoming year. But it's also important that our students know that resources exist and that they have people to turn to. And it's something that I would like to continue to explore. I'm looking forward to collaborating. I'm looking forward to learning. But most of all, I'm enthusiastic about the opportunity to serve in this capacity and give back to the community that has really supported me during my freshman year. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, let's hear from ARC and their recommendations and statement.
ARC voted 3-0 for Peyton, and our statement is Peyton has really powerful insights into the variety of retention programs at UCLA, a crucial piece of knowledge for someone on the campus retention committee. She's extremely passionate about student retention programs on campus and has knowledge about the CRC, CPO, and other organizations in the past as well. Knowing this, ARC believes that she will advocate very well for better relationships with all entities.
Thank you. Okay, so now let's move into deliberations. Alicia, do you want to kick us off?
Hi, this is more a concern with ARC and not you, Peyton. So I'm just talking to council right now. I think that the deadlines for like having these appointments in and done and elected on council have been a little harsh and like to a degree what's it called? Negative. Because I believe that through close communication with my chair and my MO, Mecha, he was also an appointment for this, and he was put through ARC despite the fact that he was never going to be that he was going to be pulled out in the end. And I know because of his knowledge and experience and history within the space, not just the CRC, but the SIOC, the MO space, him being a chair of two of them, it's just like a little bit unfair. And the fact that he was pulled out very unexpectedly was just very harmful. I feel like this could cause tension between not tension, but it could cause issues because I feel like this could be something that could be filed on JBoard just because of the suddenness of this decision that just completely does not make sense to him as and a candidate for this appointment. I personally reached out, but I feel like it might have to ARC, but I feel like it might have been to because we're here in this moment right now. But yeah, thank you. I just wanted to bring that up to ARC and the council.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments, concerns?
Oh, bye. Wait, can I say something really quick, Sarah?
Yeah, go for it. Please go ahead.
Sorry. No, just that Peyton is going to be one of my directors for Retention First. She was the one who had the interest in applying to the campus retention committee and kind of came to me to discuss that beforehand. I think she is very knowledgeable, very passionate. Jonathan was a Retention First director for AAC last year, so hopefully he signs off. But she, very knowledgeable, very passionate. I think she's going to do great things. I'm also hopeful that kind of working with her as a director, if there are any concerns, that we'll be able to resolve them in an empathetic and in an efficient way. I know that both she and I will be willing to address, any issues that come up in a very healthy manner. And I have full trust that she's more than capable of representing not only SP, but hopefully all MOs together in an equitable way. And so I just want to say that in favor of her. And yeah, thank you guys.
Okay, sorry about that. And Tara?
Yes, I just wanted to say, Peyton, again, thank you so much for coming to council, and I hope that you get appointed. I'm rooting for you. And then if you are, I look forward to working with you in this upcoming year to develop/stabilize different transfer components for the Mother Earth Coalition. So thank you.
And Sarah?
Two things. One, I just wanted to say that congratulations to to Peyton and that I interviewed her in ARC, and I really enjoyed interviewing her, and I felt that she was really passionate. To the point mentioned before, I just wanted to elaborate a little bit. As a member of ARC, everyone that we interviewed, we tried to go in as unbiased as possible and wait until after the interview until we made a decision. We had no thoughts of pushing someone beforehand of having an interview, and try to really discuss things as a group before moving forward with anything. So I hope that shed a little bit more light on the situation. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, definitely. I want to be able to talk about that later on and just the process of what happened. Okay, I also see on our appointments kind of doc that Megan made that, is this a consent appointment, or is we're voting on this one?
I believe this is a voting. It is a consent.
Okay, so I just saw that mismatch. I was like, I wasn't quite sure.
I think it's because I put it as voting on the agenda, but it is technically consent on the bylaws.
Okay, got it. Okay, so that is a consent item. So, sorry, I haven't done consent items in a while. So am I just asking, is there any opposition from votes?
Yes, and if there is any opposition, then you go for a formal vote.
Okay, got it. Okay, any opposition?
I oppose, just because it doesn't seem right to rush an appointment just to fit a deadline. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to a formal vote. Can I have a motion? Oh, is that a hand raised to motion? Sorry, what?
Yeah, no, I guess I would just want to address that this specific appointment, I did not make with the deadline in mind. So this just thankfully happened before the deadline, but was not made with the deadline in mind. So that's all. But thanks.
Okay. So can I have a motion? Or Tara, go ahead.
Are we gonna discuss, or we're just voting?
Okay, so I think there's a bit of miscommunication. So this is Shujana's appointment for Campus Retention Committee, right? Okay, so SWC has an appointment for Campus Retention Committee, and who else? Is it Sarah? Do you have an appointment to this committee as well?
FSC and SWC and AAC are the 3 appointments.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, Sarah, you have one too. Okay, Janice, you want to talk?
Yeah, as someone who was just mentioned, and Alicia, I hear you, and I'm directly involved with the situation, the miscommunications. I'm gonna reach out to Alicia separately and everyone else who's involved, ARC and all that. But I do want to say that Peyton isn't involved in any of this, and this is AAC's appointment, and so I don't want to steal her thunder right now. I think we should go ahead and vote. Let's not forget the amazing interview that she presented to us. So I think we should vote on Peyton, and then we could add maybe at the end of our council meeting today if we want to rediscuss it. But I do think that a lot of the miscommunications can be cleared up over message outside of this meeting, and I would like that to happen before we talk about it in council. And if that feels necessary, we have again the end of this meeting or next meeting, but right now I think we should focus on Peyton.
Okay, quick summary. So there was a situation that happened. This one's separate. So this appointment right now is separate. Hope that's clear. Okay, so moving forward, can I have a motion with Peyton's appointment?
Yeah, I motion to appoint Peyton for the Campus Retention Committee.
I second.
Oh my God, okay. Evan motions. I think I heard Sarah second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hand. Hands. All abstaining, please raise your hand. Okay, with a 12-0 vote, Payne, you are now appointment to the Campus Retention Committee. Thank you so much for your time and patience. I really do appreciate it, and congratulations on your role. Thank you. Okay, we have a few more appointments to go, y'all. So we have our Student Initiated Outreach Committee. Cariel, I'm so sorry if I butchered that. Please correct me once you do your 1-minute introduction.
You know, me. Oh, you're all good. It is Corel. Alrighty. I'm so sorry. Am I starting my introduction right now?
You're good.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Corel Davalos. I'm an incoming 4th-year human biology and society major, pronouns she, hers, and as y'all know, I'm going to be interviewing for the position of an SAOC appointment. A lot of my previous experience, I've had a lot of previous experience with this specific committee. I'm actually the current chairperson for the SAOC, and I was a previous access coordinator for Samahang Filipino. And so I've spent the past couple of years working with a lot of the access/outreach projects on campus, specifically the ones under the SAOC. And I believe that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, and there's a lot of ongoing projects and decisions that are kind of being made within, the transition from the end of last year into the beginning of the following academic year. And so I decided to apply for an appointment position to kind of help support with those, decisions going through, and just providing support to the new committee members, because from my knowledge, I don't think a lot of the new SAOC committee members are returning. And so it's a whole new group of faces. And so I just kind of be a body of support, a pillar of support for anyone that needs it. But yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so and going into questions from council members. Any questions, Sujana?
Yes. Hi, Corel. Hope you're well. Similar to the question that I asked Peyton, I would just want to know how you plan on supporting and elevating those retention projects that are outside of SP, and whether you perhaps identified any issues with representation. Oh my God, representation last year, or anything of the sort that you would hope to address in the coming year.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think being the chair for the committee this previous year has really allowed me to work with every single project that sits on the committee, and has kind of given me a perspective into the individual and specific needs of each community and each project. And I think I've also was able to build rapport with a lot of the staff and the PCs, especially as I helped with, transitioning, not just structurally, but also logistically. And for the next year, something really specific that I really want to accomplish is to be able to have all 7 projects functioning. The previous year, we were able to get 6 projects to fully function throughout the entire year, but unfortunately, SHAPE was kind of struggling compared to all the other projects. So if I were to be an appointment the following year, I would definitely really want to focus on ensuring that the projects that need the most help are getting it. And as of this point, it looks like SHAPE would need the most support. And so I definitely want to be there helping support, especially over the summer. I've been in communication with Ramia, their project coordinator right now. And I just really want to, honestly, I think it's hard because I feel like I've been one of the only few people in the SAOC keeping constant communication with a lot of SHAPE staff. And so I don't want to lose that connection. And that's something that I really want to carry on in the following year, because I know the other projects are, at a good standing, and I want to bring SHAPE up back to that point as well.
Thank you so much for that. Evan?
Yeah, definitely. So you obviously have some very unique experience as somebody who is previously chair of the committee. So I was wondering, what are some of the ideas that you have or reflections that you have from last year, things that might have gone wrong, and then also some of the wisdom that you're hoping to impart onto your new committee members?
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the biggest, problems or challenges within the committee the previous year was definitely, the ongoing situation with the community programs office. And with the release of the climate assessment and kind of just figuring out what to do with that statement and finding ways to equitably address the problems that were brought up so that all their needs are met and all the perspectives are being heard. And right now we're currently in a transition to move all CRC and SIOC projects in the same physical space if they would like to. And I think one of the biggest things that we really want to focus on is, again, going back to the ASU projects. SHAPE and ASP weren't located with the other CRC and SIOC projects, and we hope that being able to kind of concentrate all projects from both committees into one area, it'll help create a more welcoming space for ASU projects to come back and work with their other sister projects as well. So I think right now, I know that my ideas aren't really wide. It's mainly just focused onto the things that I really want to see happen. And out of transparency, I don't plan on running for chair again because there are things that I want to see happen that just wouldn't make sense for me to hold, that leadership position, because it was splitting me in multiple different directions. And I think sitting as an appointment and just as someone with a responsibility to the committee will allow me to get, those ideas that I wasn't able to kind of accomplish in the previous year.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your detailed answers to these questions. I just have one more question and then we'll go ahead into your 1 minute closing. But like you said, a lot of people aren't returning to SIOC next year. I believe you mentioned that. How will you navigate kind of working with a new team being in this appointment?
Yeah, that's a great question. So as the previous chair or the current chair, it is my responsibility to collaborate with the CRC chair to help facilitate the training for both committee members. And so that's something that we're currently working on right now. And, we're going to hopefully work closely with, all of the PCs, with all projects having PCs right now before, a couple of them transition out. We want to help create a cohesive training. And right now we're currently thinking of doing an asynchronous training that's accessible to students who are currently studying abroad and aren't, in multiple different time zones. So definitely ensuring that the training that we provide is comprehensive. And then providing, and I know that not everything can be taught in a simple module. So the way that, Ryan and I have been thinking is to just provide office hours for new committee members to just come in and just talk to us and ask any questions. But yeah, we're also hopefully planning project specific and committee wide trainings before the summer and just preparing for that. So honestly, a lot of it, a lot of the prerequisite work is just preparation and training. And then, once everyone is kind of transitioned in, establish my role as a support system in the committee.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we can move into your 1 minute closing statement.
Yeah, thank you so much for, again, giving me the opportunity to kind of speak in front of you all today. I really, really appreciate it. And I know that, coming back and being an appointment after being a chair might seem unusual. And again, going back to what I said earlier, the reason why I'm coming back as an appointment is not because of just to sit on the things, but they're not just to sit on the committee, but because there are specific goals that I really want to accomplish that I was not able to in my previous term because I was being pulled in multiple different directions. And so a lot of that is just creating stability within the committee and being able to pass on the wisdom and a lot of the experiences that I've had over the past couple of years before I graduate. Because there's not really a lot to leave that to after that. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you guys again.
Thank you. Okay, can we hear Art's recommendations?
ARC voted 3-0 on Corel. And then our statement is Corel is insightful, professional, and beyond knowledgeable about the SIOC and student retention projects on campus from her experience last year. The fact that this would be her returning year and that she has so many ideas for improvement is incredible, and ARC would like to recommend her with a 3-0 vote to be appointed onto the SIOC again.
Amazing. Okay, deliberation time. Any comments, concerns from council? Sujana?
Yeah, I mean, what can I say really? But Corel is great and super knowledgeable. She was also an academic senator last year as part of being an SIOC chair. The SIOC chair, she sat on the Committee of Undergraduate Admissions and Relations with the school. So I also worked with her as Chief of Senate. And she really supported me as I was trying to learn more about SIOC and CRC coming into my candidacy. So I just really appreciate her as a person, and I know that she'll be great for the position on SIOC.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, and Janice?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a part of your interview at council today really stuck out to me where you said, you know, you've already considered that you don't want to be the chair, you find yourself like better suited and like very like in the committee position, and I just felt that that was very like honorable, and I was just really impressed by that. Like clearly you have a lot of knowledge and you care a lot and you have a vision, and so you've already like situated yourself. You're like, this is where I need to be, and I'm excited that if appointed that you get the chance to execute everything that you want to.
Okay, awesome. Any other comments? All right, we can move forward with a vote. Okay, can I have a motion? Oh, actually, this is a consent. I'm so sorry. Any opposition? Oh, okay, silence. No opposition. Perfect. Okay, Corel, you are now appointed to our student-initiated outreach committee. Congratulations, and thank you so much for coming to council today. Oh, Fernando. Oh, sorry. Come back.
Hi, Naomi. Based on a spreadsheet we got from Karen, SIAC is compensated, so it would be an action item.
Got it. Okay, sorry. Got to vote. Can I have a motion? Sorry, we got two different documents going. That's not me.
I move to vote on Corel for the Academic Affairs Commission appointment to SIOC.
I have a second.
I second.
Okay, so Jonathan motions, Jonathan seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, please lower your hands. Okay, any against? Any abstaining? Okay, with a vote from 13-0, you are now officially an appointment to our student-initiated outreach committee. Thank you so much for your time and bearing with us through that. Appreciate it. And I'm excited to see the work you do. All right. Awesome, awesome. Okay, we got like 6 more appointments. We got it, y'all. Okay, so next we have Academic Senate Committee on International Education. Mohammed, whenever you are ready, please feel free to give your opening statement.
Of course. Good morning. Good evening, everyone. I'm currently in San Francisco. 2 days ago, I was in Washington, D.C. And tomorrow is my flight to Doha, and from there, I'll go to Riyadh. That's the way I try to cultivate my college experience, based on international experiences. And that's exactly why I'm a candidate for the Academic Senate on International Education. I do believe that there are so many international students. According to the last year report, there were more than 5,000 students on our campus that are international students. There are more than 20% people, and they come from 100 different countries. And I'm very close to international opportunities that can be offered to university students because of the way I travel, because of the way I work. I work at the United Nations right now, the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, and the Department of Peace Operations. So I have global outreach, and I realized that there are so many opportunities that can be offered to university students that are not offered at UCLA. And this is exactly why I think I'm a proper candidate for this position. And this is exactly why I'm planning so much if I had this appointment in the Academic Senate. I'm also very experienced in strategy, and that's something I think is very valuable to the committee. One thing that I would like to note in my opening remark is that at UCLA, I worked in research in international relations, and I also worked at the UCLA Center for Middle East Development. And the reason why I tried to do that is because I wanted to explore the international opportunities that are offered in campus, and I think that we can do so much more. And that's why I want to be here. Thank you so much for giving me the time to talk, and I'd love to have your questions.
Amazing. Okay, carried us right into questions, y'all. What do we got? All right, Sujan, kick us off.
Definitely. So a challenge of being a student representative in academic senate is that you don't actually have voting power. And so, the impact of a student representative is limited kind of to what faculty and admin are willing to give you, and also, how loud you're willing to make your voice. And so I wanted to ask how you plan on elevating your position as a student representative next year.
Definitely. So I think being an academic senator for international education relies heavily on being proactive. What proactive means is being able to access the students who are international and the students who want to have international opportunities. So reach to students is pivotal for the role that I want to join. And as you said, there is no voting power, but being proactive means that I'll be able to propose whatever are the constituents and the jurisdiction, the people who receive the jurisdiction of the academic committee. And so I can propose whatever the people want, the student body wants, to the people of the committee. I understand there is only one seat for undergrad students, and I really want to utilize that seat to voice the concerns of the undergraduate students on campus. It's very pivotal that the people who are in that committee realize what we want as students. And from there, we can work on creating the policies and creating the trajectory of the university when it comes to international education. So in regards to your question, even though we do not have the voting power, we do have the power to voice our concerns. We do have the power to tell them what is it that we care about, for them to pass the things that we actually care about and to shape the trajectory of the university forward.
Thank you. Eva?
You touched on this a little bit in that previous answer, but could you further elaborate on some changes that you'd like to make for the position?
Yeah, of course. So COVID really affected the entire world, and our university is not an exception. Something I noticed, I only joined the university, I'm a rising junior right now, I only joined the university after the COVID pandemic or during the COVID pandemic, so I did not see what happened before. But what I tried to do when I applied for this position is reach out to the people who were in that position and the people who are international students who were at the university before, to see how did COVID really affect what happened. And the result is, there are few people going to the Dashu Center activities. There are fewer people joining the language exchange program. And I personally am the president of the Saudi Arabian Student Association, which is one of the biggest cultural associations at UCLA. And I realize how much the turnout is very low. And I realize how much the cultural associations within the university would want to have more support from the university. And that's something I'd like to voice when I'm at the committee. So as you said, what matters really is what is going to be changed. And I think that what I'm going to try to work on making the international students get more engaged into the university activities and get the university to offer more opportunities that are attractive for people generally, whether they're international students or not, when it comes to international education. That is exactly what I care about in this position.
Thank you. Tara will be our last question, and we'll move on to the 1 minute closing.
Hi, Mohammed. I'm interested to know how you plan to support international transfers in your role, and if you see any current disparities in the community and what you plan to specifically do to address those concerns.
No, yeah, definitely. So I'd like to talk a little bit about my background. I do come from an underprivileged background because I did not study mathematics, I did not study science, and I realized that there are so many challenges that face international students, especially transfer students, because really the environment is different. Really what they're facing at UCLA is going to be different from the environment that they're used to. And that's something I'd like to touch on through the proactivity that I plan to have during the position in order to propose and to voice the concerns of the students. Again, to me, this position is all about bridging the concerns, the voices, the demands of the people whose interests are in line because of the work of the committee. And I want to voice these concerns in order to have the committee work on the trajectory forward when it comes to international education. This really matters to me because it not only touches on my experience, but it touches on the experience of the people of my association at UCLA. It touches on the experience of the people who are my friends, the people who I try to cultivate relationships with during my time at UCLA. This really matters to me. And that's why I'm very passionate about this position.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll let you go ahead with your 1-minute closing statement.
Of course. So the way I look at this position comes from two different perspectives. The first one is the students' perspective and the international students. And the other perspective is what the university is offering in terms of international opportunities. And I think I'm fit for both because I'm an international student. I work with cultural associations within the university, and I'm very close to cultural associations and with the people who are international students in the university. So I'm very passionate about voicing their concerns and bridging them to the policymakers and the shapers of the trajectory of the university forward when it comes to international education. And when it comes to international opportunities, today I'm in Silicon Valley to realize what opportunities are there that UCLA can have and that we can offer to our student body, especially when it comes to international education. I'm a diplomat, so I realize that there are so many different cultures in the world, and I know that UCLA, as a globally renowned university, would enjoy such opportunities. And that's why I think I'm very close to international opportunities and I'm close to international students. And that is exactly why I think I'm fit for this position. Thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity. I'm very thankful for everyone who helped through the process, who is listening to me right now, and who gave me the opportunity to speak today and to hopefully speak in the academic committee about the concerns of international students and about international opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear Art's recommendations.
Art voted Mohammed 3-0, and I believe Sarah will be saying our statement.
Yes, for our statement, we wrote, with a 3-0 vote, Mohammed exemplified a strong control of the issues facing international students and was very passionate about serving in this capacity to further assist this community. In his interview, he highly emphasized putting student voices at the forefront, which is very ideal for this position, and we especially enjoyed his emphasis on promoting accessibility across the student body.
Okay, thank you, Art. Let's go into deliberations. Any comments, concerns about our candidate for today? Okay, crickets, cool. All right, so we can go ahead into voting. Is there a motion?
I move to approve Mohammed for the Committee on International Education.
All right, Sarah motions. Can I have a second?
Second.
Sorry, who was that again? So sorry. Was that Katie?
That was Gabby.
Gabby, thank you. Okay, Sarah motions, Gabby seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, please lower your hands. Okay, all against, please raise your hands. Okay, all abstaining, please raise your hand. Okay, with a 12-0 vote, you are now an appointment for the Academic Senate Committee on International Education. Congratulations, Mohammed, and thank you for coming out tonight, and safe travels.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. We are going through, y'all. We got it. Okay, so we have Academic Senate Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Layla, whenever you're ready, please feel free to give your 1-minute introduction.
Layla, I can't hear you right now for some reason. Is it just me? Is it everyone?
Everyone.
Okay, cool.
Nope. I can see
No.
words, but I didn't hear anything.
No worries, no worries. Take your time.
And while we wait for Layla to return, if you haven't already, I highly recommend you go through some of the sign-ons for new business, just so that we don't have to spend time later reading through them. And we can just go ahead and vote to sign on those, some of those items. Okay, well, we'll probably just go to our next appointment while we wait for, did Layla return yet?
Oh, did she drop out of the meeting completely?
I think so.
I believe she dropped out.
Not dropped out. Okay.
She'll be back.
Yeah. But
So-
maybe we can to save time.
Yeah, we'll come back. Okay, let's move forward. Oh, okay. Academic Senate Committee of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. Matt?
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait, Layla's back with us. Maybe.
Okay, we'll go ahead with Layla first, then perfect.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I had to like connect on my phone and everything. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, I'll start with my intro. First, before I got cut off, what I was saying was that literally everyone in this, well, Zoom, and all of you guys are incredible. But anyways, hi, my name is Layla Navarrete. I am a freshman admin, so this is my first year at UCLA. I'm a political science major. So I applied for the position of the Committee of Diversity and Equity. Why would I be the best fit for this position? To be completely transparent, I come from an underrepresented community myself. I have to rep South Central Los Angeles. It's where I was raised, it's where I was born. It's very close to my heart. And throughout, my time there, I was very devoted to the activism that went on around my community. And kind of, I feel like what started that was that I started it in my own high school, where I saw a lot of people that were part of the undocumented population. My community is notorious for kind of being a Black and brown community. And I feel like that's what truly shaped my own perspective, just because myself, like I saw not only a lot of police brutality, not only have I witnessed it, have I been a part of it, but I've seen a lot of different things, such as, for example, like how we don't have allocated funding in our own community. So of course, like even coming to this Zoom meeting myself and hearing from transfer students, it's really insightful, and I really would like to take it into consideration. So yeah, this is why I feel like I would be best fit for this position. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Okay, is there feedback going on? Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so we're gonna move into our our question and answer period from council members. Can we go ahead and have some questions from council? All right, Sujana, kick us off.
Hi, Layla. It is great to see you. I wanted to ask a question similar to what I asked Mohammed, which is, as a student representative on the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, how do you plan to elevate your role as a student representative? Again, knowing that you don't have that official voting power and that faculty and admin aren't always sympathetic to what students have to say.
So I actually feel like that's something that I went through in my own high school. And of course, I talk a lot about my high school, but I feel like that's the only experience I can really bring to the table as far as right now. And I feel like it's important to bring it up because, to be completely honest with you all, I didn't have much support from like my staff members for a while. There was at some point where a lot of people were against certain things that I did, or me just being vocal in general. And I feel like the best thing that I can say when it comes to having limited power is that what I can bring to the table is not being afraid. And that's something that I pride myself on ever since I was like 15 years old even. I pride myself on not being afraid because I live by the motto, the worst thing they can say is no. And if they say no, I try again and I try to push and of course, try to meet some type of create some type of initiative. So overall, I would like to say that, yes, I know that I'm coming into like this big environment. I know I'm coming into like this amazing campus and this huge campus for a matter, but just because it's amazing to some extent doesn't mean that there aren't things that there aren't things that we can't change. And so I feel like, of course, change is very scary to a lot of people. And of course, I will receive some pushback, but the best thing that I can do is not be fearful, be vocal, and just honestly make sure that my point gets across and to actually do something rather than just say things. Because I feel like even now, even in the political world, which is something that I want to get into myself at one point, is that I realize that a lot of people say things, but they don't act on it. And what I want to do is that I want to act on it. So, yes.
Period. Gabby?
Hi, Layla. Thank you so much for being here. So the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion provides advice to the university administration and the academic senate. So how would you effectively convey the interests and concerns of students and underrepresented communities to these bodies specifically?
I feel like it starts with personally talking to students. I feel like a lot of students are kind of, you hear a lot about, diversity and equity, especially in like a place like SoCal, like in California specifically, you hear a lot about that. But what you don't see is people personally going to you and talking to you and say, what can I do? So I feel like a good point that someone mentioned earlier in one of the committees was talking about surveying. And that's something that I did in my old school and something that I want to also establish here. And not only that, but going to centers, for example, the transfer center. And I do want to focus like my attention on like undocumented students and kind of like unrepresented students, like the Black population, and personally speaking to them and being like, hey, how can I help? Because I feel like something as simple as that can really go a long way. Like sometimes you need on one-on-one, like with people, because that gets you really far, because it shows them that, hey, I actually care. And it's not just about the title, and it's not just about a resume or like, how do I look good to the public? No, I actually want to make a difference, and I want to like see how I can change that with each group.
Awesome, thank you. Any other questions from council members? Okay, so we'll let you move into your 1-minute closing statement.
Okay, so overall, I just want to take the time to thank everybody and just thank everyone that gave me the opportunity to apply for the Academic Senate. I know a lot of people have talked about having limited power, and I also, one of my interviewers had talked about how like, kind of like the Academic Senate isn't as, cohesive with the USAC, and it's something that I do want to kind of elaborate on and I kind of want to work towards, because I feel like it is important that we all just stay in tune with each other. And overall, I can tell that everyone in this Zoom is a very ambitious person, but at the end of the day, I do want to emphasize like my passion. I want to emphasize everyone's passion. And overall, I just want to put an emphasis on the fact that I get things done. And I know that as an academic senator, I would get things done, because where there's a will, there's a way. So of course, I just want to take the time to thank you guys, and thank you all for listening to my closing statement.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, let's hear Art's recommendations.
ARC voted 3-0 for Layla, and our statement is with a vote of 3-0. Layla exemplifies so much passion, ambition, and readiness for this position on the Academic Senate. Despite just being an incoming freshman, she is very knowledgeable about the Academic Senate, USAC, and the struggles of marginalized students in general. That being said, ARC would like to happily recommend Layla to the Academic Senate Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
Awesome, thank you. All right, we're moving into deliberations. I want to kick us off by saying this is the second time I've gotten to hear from Layla as someone that will also be working within my office. As an incoming freshman, I just got to say the courage and ambition you exhibit is something you don't see every day. And I really, truly appreciate it. Like she said, she's going to get things done in this role. And so I really hope with the vote that we have upcoming soon that you do get this role and you just show so many great ideas, so much passion. And I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Megan, go ahead.
I know I said this during our ARC interview, but you were super impressive, and I can't wait for you to be in this position. I would just want to let you know to like never lose this ambition, like ever. Like you're gonna be such a powerhouse in the future, and I'm really excited for you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Brother
Ben?
Yeah, definitely just to retweet on like what everybody else has said. Like it was just an incredible interview. The fact that you're a freshman just makes me so excited because I feel like that's a perspective that we don't really often get in student government. And like, you know, just with your passion and the fact that you're an incoming freshman, it's just like an incredible, perfect package. So we're so excited to see what you do with all of this, especially with your 4 years. Crazy.
Thank you so much.
And then Sujana.
Yeah, I'll just add lastly that the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is a really important committee, but I think Layla is perfectly suited to take on all of those challenges. Like she mentioned, the Club for Undocumented Students, a major priority next year is going to be making sure the Opportunity for All campaign is properly implemented as promised by November, and I can imagine that Layla will play a large part in that. Of course, also working to UCLA becoming an HSI, et cetera, et cetera. I think Layla is ready to take it on as far as being an incoming freshman goes. If there are any reservations, you know, about the fact that she's an incoming freshman, I don't think we have to look any further than all of her ambition and knowledge, but also the Academic Senate, I think is actually a great entry point. It's easy to learn as you go along. It connects you to the commission and to USAC. And so, yeah, I think she'll be fantastic.
Awesome. Okay, so let's go into voting. Is this one a vote?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Can I have a motion?
I motion to appoint Layla to the Academic Senate Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
Perfect. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Megan motions, Evan seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, please lower your hands. Okay, all against? All abstaining? All right, with a 13-0 vote, Layla is now an academic senate on the Committee of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Congratulations, and I know you'll do well in this role.
Thank you so much, Naomi. Thank you, Megan.
All right, awesome. So, back-to-back Academic Senate Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. We have Matt. Okay, whenever you're ready, Matt, go ahead with your 1-minute introduction.
I am putting them as a panelist now.
All right, hi everyone. Just to preface, I'm like under the weather right now, so I might be like coughing during my speech and stuff when I'm answering questions. But yeah, anyways. So yeah, hi everyone. My name is Matt Schultz. I use they them pronouns. I'm currently a third-year college student, but this is going to be my first year at UCLA. I'm a transfer student, and I'm hoping to be appointed as the transfer student representative for UCLA's Academic Senate on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And I believe that I'm a perfect fit for this position just because of my personal background and my experiences, as well as also my professional, volunteer work that I've done with my student government position as the Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion at my community college. So I understand how important work like this is as someone who's queer, Latino, first generation. I understand that representation is important, equity is important. And I also reflect that in my professional experience as well. I have the experience working on my community college's academic senate on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I did a lot of great work there writing academic policy. I also did a lot of work at my school's shared government's college council, writing board policy, administrative policy. So I understand, kind of the expectations of what the work that we do in the academic senate is. And I'm, super excited to bring my insight and my perspective into this position.
Awesome, thank you. So now we'll take questions from council members. Council members.
Am I really that good?
Nothing. Yeah, for real.
Hi, Matt. Nice to see you. So my question is the same question I've asked the previous academic senate applicants, just because it is a very, very large part and a large obstacle that I saw last year in my role as chief of senate. And so that question being how you plan on elevating your role as a student representative, particularly given the fact that students do not have voting power and that faculty and admin are often, not as sympathetic to what students have to say.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the most important thing is just using my voice, and that's something that I definitely learned during my 2 years at community college. I learned that when you're talking to like administrators, faculty, stuff like that, you need to use your voice. You need to make sure, hey, I'm a student. You guys are here to serve me. This is a public institution. Like, this is the issues that we're facing. Here's some suggestions. Here's the data that proves that this is an issue, and really just vocalizing that support, that we need the support from the academic senate, or whatever legislation. Like, even like, for example, like I'll give like a story from my own experience at my community college. There was a proposition for my community college to work with an institution that I knew was not very supportive of students' mental health, especially students of color, and as well as queer students. And I made sure to go to that board of trustees meeting to voice my concern that having this partnership with this institution might not be beneficial for students, especially for their mental health and stuff like that. So I really understand that it's just important to, even if I just say like a 30-minute, or not 30-minute, 30-second speech to a minute speech, that those words do have a really powerful impact. So I hope that answers your question.
Amazing response. Okay, Sarah.
Sorry, it was hard for me to find the mute button. Hi, Matt. Thank you so much for coming to council. My question is, sometimes when we appoint candidates for like different appointments, it's hard to maintain contact between the appointment and USAC. So how do you plan on maintaining contact not only with like your specific council member who appointed you, but USAC as a whole?
Yeah, so I understand that being appointed into this position is a responsibility that I will have to carry with me throughout this entire academic year. And in order to, have contact with USAC, I know I must like attend like some of the meetings, keep in contact with, like the academic affairs commissioner, as well as my transfer student representative, since I know those would probably be the two people that I would be working the most with as a transfer student representative for an academic senate committee. And I understand that, even though this committee meets once a month, that the work doesn't stop at the, during those meetings. It's a continuous process, and it's really important that, I still keep in contact with not just, the members of that committee, but with USAC and ASUCLA as a whole to, keep progressing towards becoming a more equitable institution.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and have you move to your 1-minute closing statement.
For my closing statement, I just wanted to say like thank you for this like process. It's really been like amazing, and I'm really glad that you guys have taken a chance on someone that is an entering student. I know like that might be a bit scary, but I really don't say this with like hubris. Like, I really do just think I'm like the perfect person for this position. Not because like I have like an ego or something like that, but I just know that I'm capable, and I know that I'm ready to support my students no matter who they are. And even if they don't share my background, I'm gonna try to use my voice to support their voice as well. So thank you.
Amazing. Okay, let's hear Art's recommendations.
ARC voted 3-0 on Matt, and Sarah will be doing our statement.
For our statement, ARC said that Matt conducted such an amazing interview. They have such amazing experience for the role and have a great understanding of the importance of the role. They clearly did their research on the UCLA committee and gave such in-depth, well thought out answers to our questions. We all really enjoyed interviewing Matt, and with a 3-0 vote, we think they are perfect for the position.
Awesome. Thank you so much. switching over to deliberations, I just want to start by saying, Matt, first of all, congratulations. I love the confidence that you exhibited in just highlighting some of your previous experience and past examples that you use. It takes a lot of courage to talk to admin, and I think you definitely have like the gusto to do so. And also as an incoming student, I'm not even worried about you, to be honest. I love how like especially chancellors bring in a lot of outside experience and how they transfer this into the various roles and the various work that they do on this campus. And I think it makes us UCLA as a whole, it makes us who we are. So I really do appreciate it. And I would just want to thank you again for coming today, even though you're sick, like literally at 9 p.m. Like you're here. I really do appreciate you coming out and speaking to us today. And I hope you do get this position. So thank you so much. Any other comments from council before we move to voting? All right, let's good. Can I have a motion?
Never mind. I move to vote on Matthew Schultz for the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion transfer position.
I second.
Okay, so John motions, Megan seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, please lower your hands. Okay. Gee, okay, perfect. All against, please raise your hand. All abstaining, please raise your hand. Okay, vote from 13 to 0 to 0. Matt, you are now approved to be an academic senate for Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Thank you so much for your time and congratulations on this amazing role.
Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. I'll do my best in this position.
Awesome, and hope you feel better, okay?
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, we got a few more left. We got it. Okay, so we got Academic Senate Legislative Assembly. We have Jeremy, and whenever you're ready, please give your opening statement.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. So first, I just want to actually say, I want to start off by saying Layla and Matt will do big things. We need more Latino representation here at UCLA and everywhere. So I'm glad to see them participate in student government, and I can't wait to see them do big things. So my opening statement is, hello, council members. My name is Jeremy Vargas, and I will be an incoming junior here at UCLA. This will be my first year at UCLA as I am an incoming transfer student from College of the Canyons in Santa Clarita. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am a proud Latino student majoring in political science here at UCLA. I applied for a position in the Academic Senate, specifically in the Legislative Assembly, because as an incoming transfer student, I want to be part of the key decision-making here at UCLA, as the decisions will affect myself as well as fellow UCLA students, whether they are new to campus or not. Additionally, I believe that I will be a great fit for the Academic Senate because I will be allowed to make a meaningful impact for the transfer student community by helping implement policies that address our specific needs, as well as challenges of being a transfer student at UCLA. I believe that my background sets me apart from others who are interested in applying because I have had experience in the past in student government positions, going all the way back many years. And I have also worked on multiple political campaigns, so I believe I have what it takes to help make UCLA a more inclusive place for all students.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, moving into our question and answer period. Any questions from council members? Evan, kick us off.
Yeah, please. Thank you so much for coming. I was hoping you could expand upon some of your past experiences and how those are going to help you with this new position.
Yeah, definitely. So student government wise, going back to middle school, I have served in ASB leadership. And even as I have served also as freshman and junior class president. So I have the experience of interacting with students of all backgrounds on a daily basis. So and also in community college, I was in the Latinx student union. I also had multiple opportunities to connect with fellow students and help with raise their concerns to administration if they have any. So I believe I have what it takes to be an academic senator, because also since I will be an incoming transfer student, I want my voice to be heard even more. And I am lucky enough to stay in the transfer student learning community at Deneb Hawley. So I will be interacting with transfers on a daily basis. So I'm really glad for that experience and to pick their brain on any issues they want, and to pick their brain on issues and to see what they want to bring forward to the Legislative Assembly.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions from council members? All right, Sujana?
Yes, I just want to ask my question again, which is about how you plan on elevating the role of a student representative next year.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, we won't have any voting power, but we will have a voice. I will try my very best to bring up issues at all times and listen to everyone's concerns that they have that arise. I will listen to all students, regardless of background, like I said, whether they're transfer student or not, freshman admits, re-entry students, and even commuter students, which I know many that are coming through to be commuters, because I believe that everyone's voice matters. In terms of trying to be a bigger voice, even though I won't have voting power, I believe that I have what it takes to do that, because I have also served on debate clubs in high school, and also my community. I was part of the debate team. So I have what it takes to go back and forth with people and bring up issues that need to be brought up.
Amazing. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and have you move into your 1-minute closing statement.
Thank you. Council members, my passion for making UCLA an inclusive campus with more diversity in student government positions drives me to advocate for transfer students and students of color's needs, as these are two groups that often don't really have a major say on campus-wide issues, even though it affects them pretty much the most. I personally understand the challenges that students from different backgrounds face on a daily basis, and I am eager to address them through open communication with various student groups and through proposing solutions that will make UCLA an even better campus than it already is. If given this amazing opportunity to serve in the Senate, I pledge to be a determined advocate for students' interests, and I will strive to create an environment that encourages equity and inclusion, where every student, regardless of background, feels heard at all times. If given this opportunity, I will also especially seek out input from my fellow transfer students, ensuring that their concerns are acknowledged in this key decision-making process, because everyone's voice matters. To conclude, I thank you all for your time and consideration, and I am excited about the possibility of serving as an academic senator and working alongside you all to make UCLA an even better university than it already is. Thank you, and go Bruins.
Period. Okay, can we hear Art's recommendations?
ARC voted 3-0 for Jeremy, and our statement is Jeremy expressed so much passion and willingness to learn in this position on the Senate Legislative Assembly. The fact that he has previous experience working with administration in his community college and with so much experience working in student government is just incredible to know, and ARC would like to recommend Jeremy to this appointment with a 3-0 vote.
Amazing. Okay, moving into deliberations. Any comments or concerns about this candidate? Okay, cool. Jeremy, I really loved how you emphasized that you will use your voice in this position. I really personally, I just find that very strong, especially you'll be talking to admin, you'll be expressing issues. Like you said, you'll be living among the transfer community. So hearing from them directly and knowing and bring those issues to the table, I think is very helpful in these in your role in this appointment. So I really do appreciate that. And just like I said previously, the experiences that you bring from your community college, I definitely think will be transferable to this position as well. So I do appreciate that outside knowledge and how you'll be able to really succeed in this role. So highly recommend we all vote in favor of Jeremy. And yeah, that's all I have to say. All right, cool. So with that, can I have a motion?
Yeah, I motion to appoint Jeremy for the Academic Senate as our Legislative Assembly appointment.
I second.
Okay. Again, seconds, and Tyra seconds. And all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, please lower your hands. Okay, all against, please raise your hands. All abstaining, please raise your hands. All right, with a vote from 11-0. Jeremy, you are now our Academic Senate Legislative Assembly appointment. Congratulations, and thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you so much. Can't wait to work with you all in the fall and in the future. Thank you.
Congrats. All right. Moving on. We got two more. Oh, we're doing the things. Okay. Now we have Academic Senate Undergraduate Council. Jason, and whenever you're ready, please give your opening statement.
Jason, you're muted.
Sorry about that. So hi, my name is Jason Lee. I use he, him, his pronouns, and I'm a rising senior with an economics major. Firstly, I believe I will be a good fit for UGC because of my experience serving in the committee last year. I'm very familiar with how the undergraduate council works, including its meeting schedule and its subcommittees. One of the most difficult parts of the academic senate last year was getting familiar with the faculty and the issues being discussed. However, my previous experience lends me with this knowledge already, so there will be little delay between me joining the academic senate and immediately being able to participate to advocate for student views. Not only that, but I'm also familiar with the workload that is required, so I will be able to plan things like my schedule accordingly. Additionally, I would like to join the undergraduate council again because I really enjoyed my experience from last year. Last year, we had an individual student contact us to ask for help in enacting new policies for undergraduate education. Although his proposals did not succeed, I really value being able to collaborate with other students, and I would love to be able to do that again this year.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Now let's move into our question and answer period from council members. All right, Sijana, kick us off.
Yeah, hi, Jason. I would kind of want to ask two questions. I mean, the first being the student representative question, and the second just being that because you do have that experience on undergraduate council last year, what are the problems that you identified with council, perhaps with the role of a student representative on the undergraduate council, and how do you feel you can resolve these problems next year?
So I guess one of the main issues is that initially when joining the academic senate, there is an impression that there will be a lot of student-led initiatives. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case for undergraduate council, but I think moving on to next year, if we can be more clear about what each committee can do and what each student representative can do in that committee, I feel like if we can get a solid idea of how students can act in these different communities, we can definitely figure out a way of how to improve some and what we can do with the different roles in the so many different committees. I'm sorry, what was your first question?
My first question was basically how we can elevate the role of a student representative next year, given the lack of voting power and faculty admin politics and so on.
Oh yeah. So I guess like as a person serving from last year, I guess like one of the main ways that people can contribute is to the check-ins. Like for example, during the TA strike, although like as student representatives, we had some ideas about introducing some issues relating to the strike, but we did not get some time to do that. So during the check-ins, we were actually able to, like for example, in the economics department, there's an issue with undergraduate students being hired to grading courses that they did not even take yet. I know this because I was actually hired to do that, and bringing this up in front of the faculty, they did admit that they would continue to talk about this, but after serving in that committee, I sort of get a sense of where student voices can be heard the most. And for us, it was like regarding the check-ins, and I would use it again next year.
Eva?
Kind of expanding on that previous answer, how will you further uplift student voices, especially in like those advocacy spaces?
I guess like regarding the transfer committee, because I'm a transfer from UCSB, there are a lot of like transfer events, especially in like the apartments, getting to know people there and sort of getting a sense of what issues they feel most important. And other people mentioned surveys too. But for us, like during the undergraduate council, I think usually the people who cared the most actually reached out to us first. So definitely being receptive and responding to them quickly. Like the person that I mentioned before in my introduction, the person who wanted to advocate for some undergraduate policies, like people who truly do care will come to us and we can voice their opinions during the meetings for them.
Thank you. Can I ask a question, follow-up question on that?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think it's best for them to have to come to you?
Do I think it's best for them to come to me?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think there's in a method of like where people want to voice their opinions, there's like a best method, but it is a method that worked. I don't know if I would advocate for for everyone to do that, but in this particular case, it didn't work out. And I had some ideas on how to resolve that, like being more clear to students, like what undergraduate council specifically can do. But if it's the best opinion, I think it is, or if it's the best method, it is one method, and it did work for him, at least in getting his opinion. So yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions from council? Okay, we'll go ahead and have you do your 1-minute closing statement.
Okay. So as stated before, I would love to get involved in UGC once again. I have a passion for everything in student government and law. Last year, I also served as the director of finance for AAC, where with a budget of around $50,000, I was able to help many people in need of financial aid. Additionally, I do have work experience at law firms and district courthouses. So in terms of professionality and being prompt and communicating with coworkers, I believe I can manage that pretty well. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, let's hear ARC's recommendations.
ARC voted 1-0 to 2 for Jason, and then Sarah will be saying her statement.
Yeah. So for our statement, ARC wrote, Jason has valuable experience within this role and showcased a lot of passion. Throughout his ARC interview, he also had a lot of great ideas on working with faculty and promoting conversations between students and the committee. He also was very open with how he would like to improve on his previous work in the role, which we really appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, deliberations. Any comments, concerns about this applicant? Evan?
I just want to make sure I heard that like ARC recommendation right. It was 1-0 to 2, right?
Correct. Yes.
Could we get any reasons for the 2? Yeah, please, clarity on the vote. Thanks, Tyra.
Isn't that abstaining? The 2 were abstaining?
No, those were
Never mind.
not votes. There were concerns with how he would like improve during the interview, but I believe he addressed those in this interview. So I believe those concerns are mostly squashed. I don't know if Sarah wanted to add anything else to this.
Yeah, I think the 2 was mostly from, I think a large part of the interview was focused on like how Jason wanted to improve on his role, which I do think he addressed in this interview, but I think maybe some of ARC was looking for a little bit more in terms of like, instead of ways of looking to improve, of like ideas of how to shape the committee going forward, possibly.
Okay, Sujana?
Yeah, I just want to say kind of as someone who participates in this appointment with Tyra, just that I do totally understand the concerns, especially about like specificity and improvement. I did work with Jason, though, as Chief of Senate last year, and I can say that he was very responsible. He was very responsive. He was great at attending meetings and worked closely with Danny, the previous commissioner, and other people on the undergraduate council. I know he was also part of student government at his community college and as a transfer student and everything. I think that is an important perspective to bring. As the academic affairs commissioner, and as is usually customary, will be sitting on undergraduate council as well, working with him. And so I'm very happy moving forward to, continue facilitating that communication between, us, undergraduate council as a whole, and USAC. And so if these concerns kind of still remain after what he said, I do understand that, but I don't think that will be too much of a pressing issue moving forward, because I definitely see myself working closely with Jason. And also, I do think Jason is very capable, very intelligent, a very personable. And so I understand concerns. I personally, however, don't think it will hinder his ability to take on this role. And I can see myself and Tyra working with him in that aspect. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other concerns or comments? Okay, let's go ahead and move into a vote. Can I have a motion?
I move to vote on Jason for the transfer position on undergraduate council.
All right, can I have a second?
I second.
All right, Sujan, motion, Sarah seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hand. All abstaining, please raise your hand. All right, we have a vote from 11 to 0 to 0. Jason, you are now approved for the Academic Senate Undergraduate Council appointment. Congratulations, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, thank you. All right, y'all, look at us. We're doing so well. Last appointment, we have USAC Judicial Board. We have Pum as our candidate up next, and last appointment for the night. Go ahead and start with your introductory statement whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much for having me here. I just wanted to preface this by saying that I'm at Pum Thai right now, my family's restaurant. I'm very sorry if there's any distractions in the background. Thank you everyone for having me here. My name is Pumudi. I go by he, him, his pronouns. I'm a rising fourth year student from Santa Monica. I've been involved in USAC now for 2 years. I served in the internal vice president's office, first as a staff member and then as a director. I used to be a history major before I switched to microbiology. I specialized in American history. And one of the most beautiful things about our student government here at UCLA is it truly encompasses the essence of democracy. Here we elect our student leaders directly to serve us, to represent us, and be a voice for all of us. And to ensure the integrity of these institutions, we have processes and laws in place that ensure that all students have a right to be heard. With that being said, I'm here today as a candidate for the Judicial Board, and I pledge that I will uphold the integrity, the impartiality, and the values of our legal institution. And thank you very much for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to continue to serve the students of UCLA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving into our question and answer period. Council, do we have any questions? Please. Okay, Evan.
Yeah, so Pum, as you probably know, that there's obviously some times where, especially when it comes to elections, there's chances where there's some sorts of like, maybe I didn't have my question well formulated. Give me a second. Sorry. Come back to me.
Okay, Sarah, kick us off.
Okay, we might have asked the same question, so if we did, sorry, Evan. But my question was that during elections, there tends to be very just like, there, in the last 2 elections at least, have been a lot of public opinion, a lot of like and public allegations as a result. So how and if a case were to come forward in a scenario like that, how would you try to maintain as much impartiality as possible when a lot of people are weighing in and feelings are very heightened?
Right. So when it comes to matters of the election, yes, a lot of times, a lot of cases that come to J Board do pertain to the election, and how will I ensure that, I remain as impartial as possible. Again, I believe that the key thing here is the Judicial Board should remain impartial. It should not be making any public statements to the Daily Bruin, to any social media sources. I'm not trying to be like Clarence Thomas out here and making comments on Twitter about my opinions. I think that is very important to make sure that we remain impartial as judges. But also on top of that, when we do come up with decisions and we release memos, we need to make it clear to the student body that's reading these memos, and of course to the petitioner, why we decided, XYZ, whether or not we decide to remedy with the petitioner, or if we decide, that their case is baseless, essentially. So that is the main thing here is, a clear line between the information that we can give and information that we keep to ourselves, mostly our own opinions.
Thank you for that answer. Any other questions from council members? Crickets. Okay, let me ask a question. Given your past experiences and everything that you've been able to do and will continue to do on campus, what do you think what skills can you bring to this position, this appointment, if you are awarded it tonight?
Right. I think that one of the skills that I would bring in as a justice to the J Board is growing up, in this family setting, I was a translator for my parents. A lot of legal documents, I had to look through all of them. I had to be very thorough with them, and I had to make sure that I communicated what these things were saying to them. I think an important thing about the legal system we have here at UCLA, looking at its laws, is it's very specific, and yet some of it is also broad. With that being said, I think that our justices need to be specific in reviewing the law, knowing what it truly says, but it also needs to be holistic. It needs to take things from various perspectives. I grew up in a restaurant. You can't judge a book by its cover. You never know what someone's going through, why they may be grumpy that day. And I think that it's really important to be very holistic, very accepting of people's other, circumstances, take that into account, the ruling, and see what the law really says.
Thank you so much for that answer. Okay, let's go ahead and move forward with your 1-minute closing statement.
Thank you. Again, I'd like to thank you for interviewing me and having me here today and giving me this opportunity to be here. I brought this up several times, but I'll just say it again. I grew up with just me and my parents. One of the biggest things they told me that stuck with me is that, we need to help each other because each other is all we have. I believe that's the same here at UCLA. Truly, the student body, that's all we have. And as a member of this community, I promise that if appointed to this position, I'll ensure that students have equal access to a fair trial, a speedy trial, and a holistic trial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's hear ARC's recommendations.
ARC voted 2-1-0 for Pum. And our statement, wait, just to clarify that vote, I actually abstained because Pum is actually my chief of staff. Our statement reads, Pum was very professional, knowledgeable, and willing to learn for this position for the judicial board appointment. He clearly did his research and has really great plans for transparency and accessibility for the judicial board in general. As someone who is in multiple student organizations, has USAC experience, and has experienced the election cycle, we think that he would be a perfect candidate for the USAC judicial board.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, straight into deliberations. I just want to start by saying, Pum, I'm so glad that you took the opportunity to apply for this appointment. You had one of the most detailed applications and most thorough applications that I have had the pleasure of reading as I've been going through my appointments. I really honestly want to thank you, and even for coming today and sharing a bit more about your experience, your childhood, what's made you who you are today. And I know that you are absolutely perfect for this role, and I do hope we are able to give it to you tonight. So thank you so much for your time and your patience. I know it's like 9:30, so I do appreciate it. But yeah, thank you. Any other comments, concerns? Sujana?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much again for coming and for applying to this position. I'm sure you've heard this in various forms, but I don't know, like when you speak, I'm just compelled to listen. I mean, you are super charismatic, super knowledgeable, so well-informed. I'm sure that you will get this position, but I really look forward to working with you, and thank you so much again.
Awesome. Janice?
We can't hear you.
Yeah. Ooh, Janice.
Free her. No, we still can't hear you though.
Nothing, never mind. You can type it in the chat if you want. But yeah, awesome. Cool. So with that, oh yeah, please bring your dogs. We'll go ahead straight into voting. So can I have a motion?
I move to appoint Pum to the USAC Judicial Board.
Can I have a second?
I second.
All right. Megan motions, Evan seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands. All right, please lower your hands. All right, all against? All abstaining? All right, with an 11-0 vote, Pum, I'm happy to say that you are appointed for the USAC Judicial Board. Congratulations, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having me here. I hope you guys have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh my God, everyone give yourself a pat on the back. We made it through our appointments today. Okay, cool. All right, so now we are going into officer reports. I really encourage you all to try and keep it as short as simple as you can. And I'll go ahead and kick us off. So kind of some of the things I did. I had a meeting yesterday with some of the other undergraduate and graduate presidents across various campuses. So we got to talk a little bit about our transition and just some of the issues that our respective campuses are facing. Going through appointment applications as always. I also had 30 interviews for my office. Some of them you got to see tonight. So had a lot of incoming freshmen and chancellors apply, which was surprising, but they are so amazing and are going to make a wonderful team. Reminder that the USAC tabling with FTSP is going to be August 5th, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'll try and get some more details, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a room set up and you can bring a poster or like a QR code if you want to try and get more staff or stuff like that. I met with previous president from 1966, Bob Michaels. That was a very insightful conversation that we had, kind of about like how different presidents have acted in the role and just some of the things that they've been able to do. One other thing I did was secured $4,000 for the computer department. So that's going to be to run the parking permit grant in fall. So that'll be amazing. Me and Megan are meeting with Danny tomorrow as she is one of the HSI student liaison. Oh my God, can't say that word. And then when I went to Berkeley this past weekend and got to see their Latinx Resource Center. So I got a contact there with one of the grad students that helped run it. So hopefully we can use that connection to our advantage. Besides that, just doing some other stuff, working on my speech for the True Bruin Welcome. Besides that, yeah, other things, but cool. Okay, go ahead, Megan.
I'm only going to highlight some of the things, but I will attach a written report to the agenda. So the Appointments Review Committee conducted 20 interviews. This is the last USAC meeting. We currently have 3 scheduled for this week, and we will be sending out interview offers for those forwarded to ARC. Please reach out. Please watch out for your emails. I just wanted to remind council that if your appointment is labeled a consent item per the bylaws, ARC can vote and approve solely based on their application unless it's stipended. And unless we choose we would like to interview them for more information, then you can choose to put them on the agenda. I'm hired out for directors. Me, Eva, and Sujana, and Janice, and Tyra will be going to SOS. So looking forward to see you guys there. I finally created the master sheet of all the appointments that the council members are in charge of based on the bylaws. I'll probably be editing that because a lot of information is not as accurate. So please check that out. I sent it into our chat or Slack or something. And I'll also make this open to the public through my link tree. I'll be attending a rally tomorrow at the UC Regents meeting to support our local UAW academic workers. Please let me know if you're also coming. I'm also meeting with Danny, former AAC, about UCLA becoming an HSI and how we can support that. And that's pretty much it. And the rest is going to go on my written report.
Awesome. Okay. Go ahead, Eva.
Hi, everyone. So first I met with Tyra and we discussed Transfer Lobby Day and Black Student Lobby Day, which are 2 pretty prominent events in like winter. So kind of just getting the groundwork there started. We also discussed a potential event with Black elected officials. So TSR and EVP, you know. Second, I've mainly been coordinating the Student Organizing Summit. And it's my first time being the delegation leader for a UCSA conference, so it's kind of a daunting task. We have 25 attendees. I've mainly just been coordinating with the hotel, but almost there. It's like in a couple weeks, so super excited for that. I also met with Lori to discuss the use of UCLA recreation space and discussion about like the future of Wooden and the potential provision of its facilities for the Safe Parking Initiative. I also met with Evan and Bruin Shelter with Safe Parking LA. We discussed a potential financial analysis to see the impact there. And from that meeting, I'm going to set up a meeting with Bruin Hub and some student affairs leadership, really to see how we can collect data on housing insecure Bruins, as well as commuter students. I also onboarded my chiefs of staff who have now onboarded their directors. So our office is pretty much up and running, which is super exciting. Last week, I attended the first part of UCSA's orientation, and the second half of it is this weekend, and it serves as UCSA's first board of directors meeting for the year. So super excited for that. I'm really excited to be a voting member this year. Next, my external chief of staff, David, led a public comment drive for UCSA in opposition of Assembly Bill 811. I just encourage you to look at it later. I'll probably attach something. I also met with Sujana and some other AAC folks to discuss textbook affordability and UC-wide organizing on that front. Potentially to take it as an action item at UCSA's board in September. So super excited for that. Also, as mentioned by Megan, the July Regents meeting is happening now until Thursday, I think. Our chief of staff, David, is the student advocate to the Regents for this Regents meeting, and he's there to discuss some transfer specific issues at UCSF. If you're in the Bay Area, I highly encourage you to go check it out, give public comment. I think, actually, no, maybe you can't still sign up for Thursday, but still go see the vibe. Next, I met with Sujana and Chia Ying and the Center for Community Engagement to discuss pathways towards compensating the 195 CE internships. I had a great budget meeting. I also met with End Overdose to discuss better provision of Narcan and fentanyl test strips on campus. I'm also meeting with Bruins Vote and Student Affairs on Friday to discuss getting that off the ground in preparation for obviously the November election, but really preparing for the March primaries as well as the 2024 presidential election and obviously like local elections in the upcoming year, as well as trying to increase the GSA participation with Bruins Vote. So I'm going to set up a meeting with GSA's EVP Sonia. And lastly, I attended the Student Coalition for Basic Needs meeting yesterday. We just kind of discussed the role of the coalition and members and things like that. So super exciting stuff. Thank you all.
All right, awesome. Katie?
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm going to try to cut it a little bit short on my report because I have to get up at 6 tomorrow. But I had a really busy week, definitely one of my busiest couple. So I'm in contact with Pete and Jealous. I'm getting into contact as best I can to discuss the logistics of getting back the off-campus housing or the off-campus meal plan, the 5-hour meal plan. I spoke about it with him earlier about the logistics of it and just how he believed that it wouldn't be projected to even be a possibility until winter quarter. But I really want to set a more like proactive mindset, especially like coming into fall quarter and trying to get it in place this summer for all of the off-campus residents, as well as I've been improving and creating a structure for the business economic clubs for the transfer students for creating an easier pathway for them to get them into clubs earlier on. And it's starting to go really well. So I'm thinking about doing other types of club majors and just expanding that to different areas. So once I get the structure and like the rhythm down with other club presidents, for business clubs, I'm going to be expanding. So if anyone has any comments or, ideas there, that'd be really appreciative. I also did an interview for parts of my office and those went really well. And I think that's all I'm going to cover. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Gabby.
Hi, everyone. So I met with Janice about an event for raising mental health awareness, and we discussed a possible collaboration between SWC and GenRep 2. And I've been in the process of drafting what this event could look like in terms of location, organizations that can table, and an activity for students. So something similar to the Goat Yoga event. The appointment search committee also created a spreadsheet with the deadlines for each appointment to keep us organized. And we also asked if particular offices would like us to advertise any specific appointments, and we'll make the graphic for those. So let us know if you want us to do that. And then I'm also still in the process of interviewing people for my office. And yeah.
Thank you. All right. I know Jonathan had to go to class, so we'll go ahead and skip. Academic. Oh, Sujana.
Yes, hi, my friends. So first up has just been continuing the onboarding process, had my second training session for my directors this Sunday. That was super productive because this was the meeting where we finalized our main priorities. My assistant commissioner and chief of staff have been splitting check-ins with my directors, and that's where they had the chance to discuss exactly what they want to do. So we finalized that and got to share that as a community this Sunday. So that was exciting, and I think gave people a lot more direction. I've been really pleasantly surprised at how much initiative like my staff is taking. My assistant commissioner has kind of taken it upon herself to look into the tech grant idea that I had, and so working on the Bruin tech grant, which actually was a thing during the pandemic, and yeah, is now no longer a thing, but would love to get that started. It was funded by like a private GoFundMe though, was my understanding. So it's kind of like, ooh, how, maybe like partially by private GoFundMe, but I know that was a big aspect of it. So gotta look into that more. As Eva mentioned, working on 195 CE internships. So we have begun drafting that sign-on letter. Hopefully we'll be hitting USAC Council pretty soon. Speaking of sign-on letters, you're gonna see 2 sign-on letters about textbook affordability from me tonight. Hopefully y'all had a chance to give it a quick scan, but I will do a little recap when that comes up. As far as textbook affordability goes, we have plans after it comes to this council to then circulate this to more USLA organizations and to student governments at other universities, because this is kind of a UC-wide issue. Further, me and Katie are planning on speaking at the UCSA meeting in August, which is convenient because we are both going to SOS. Sorry, Katie is the member of my office who is heading up the textbook affordability initiative. And she's also my director of access and equity. And besides that, we are also speaking at, so Katie has a fellowship with Michelson Foundation, which is about educational material affordability. And they have some kind of like funding or like conference thing happening in August. We're also going to be presenting there and hopefully getting some support for what we're trying to do. Met more with academic senate leadership to really finalize my ideas, finalize what I want to do with academic senate. That was really helpful for figuring out how to deal with incomplete notations. And so they were sympathetic to what I had to say. I actually think like I can really get it done and get this policy change this year, which is really exciting because we have everything in place. I just need to rewrite the proposal. What happened with this was that GSA and USAC were working on 2 different proposals. They were advised to do it together a couple years ago, but there were some delays on the USAC side, so GSA proceeded with it separately. Now we're trying to bring that back on the USAC side. Besides that, I am working on just finalizing books for Bruins. I'm gonna release that application early August, try to get that list done before the school year starts so that students don't have to front the money. Just have to make sure that students are given enough flexibility that they don't have to purchase from the UCLA store. I hope that, but it's looking like that might be what has to happen, but I would like for that not to be the case. Midterm stress relief week. I think like big things coming for that because I met with Lori and Lori was helpful with spaces. And then I'm going to be meeting with Mary this Thursday. Hopefully she can like hook me up with freebies and stuff. Also emailed Mick DeLuca to see if he can help me with other spaces. Lori also helped with my little libraries idea. So I've emailed UCLA Recreate some use like architecture, head of that department because I would like to have little libraries both on the outside and the inside of certain buildings. I just think it's so cute. Like it's just so cute and will make everyone happy. And if you want to read on Jance, for example, right, you can just grab a book. Like it doesn't matter if you forgot a book because the little library is right there. Anyways, working on finishing up my appointments. So yeah, there were a lot of academic senate appointments tonight and there will continue to be hopefully. And I'm meeting with Berkeley's Academic Affairs Commission person finally tomorrow. That has been in the works just because she's abroad. So yeah, those are the highlights for me. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mason.
All right, hey everyone. I'll try to keep this fast because it's almost 1 a.m. here and it's sleepy time. But yeah, for my updates, my directors and we've been working to like kind of tentatively plan stuff for fall quarter. Just we're working kind of based on the budget from last year and like kind of what we tentatively have for this year. So just introducing them to that and kind of getting all that sorted out. For Brew and Bash, working with Fernando and Lori right now to hopefully put some money down towards LATC and just get that taken care of and like out of our way. We have a lot of our artist quotes in right now between us and CAC and Elisa's team. So we have all that in. So hopefully trying to make a decision on the artist by next week, ideally. No lineup spoilers. I will remain true to the tradition. Like no lineup spoilers. I can't. I will never. I'm not going to be the one. But so sorry. But besides that, sponsorships, we've started a lot of that. We kind of sent one of our sponsorships with NYX Cosmetics to Learfield. We're waiting to hear like about that right now, and like hopefully that goes through because that would be a big money move for us. So really hype about that. And we're looking for like 3 more sponsors to like hopefully help us across EAF, Wreckfest, and Broom Bash. So yeah, if you have like any ideas, we're kind of already moving forward with a couple of them, but if you have any ideas or like any unique opportunities that you know about, please let us know. Finalize a graphic theme. So we're going to start working on that with our teams. And just generally doing like other little stuff, like preparing like the web dev stuff and hopefully making the website process and like the ticketing process a little better. That's going to start, I think, next week or in 2 weeks. And then finally, I've been working with like Will from the Common Experience to host like a concert, hopefully in fall quarter, to help promote the Common Experiences like theme this year, which I think they're continuing from last year, about sustainability and climate change awareness. So they're hoping to host like a Earth Sessions concert with the Intersectional Environmentalists, which is a really great organization. But yeah, so that's just something that we've been working on that hopefully will come in fall quarter. And yeah, that's all my updates.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, and then Ching has written updates, so feel free to look at those there. Alicia.
Hi everyone. A lot of similar updates regarding Broom Bash as Mason just said. But things are moving really good with sponsorships. We're just waiting on Learfield. Our meeting with Angela went really well. And yeah, we're just having like weekly check-ins with design and artist relations. And moving forward, we'll just get started on Wreckfest once sponsorships designer settled and our offer letters are sent out. But yeah, we're also waiting on Chris, which may be some of y'all's advisor, to get started on the enormous activities fair, which also correlates to sponsorship. So we'll see. He's setting up a meeting with our chiefs of staff or admin commissioners, assistant commissioners. Yeah, but as for CAC, I've been having weekly meetings with my directors. I have over 20 directors. And I'm just having like a lot of meetings with them, either like all directors or one-on-ones, just so that we can prepare all of our events for the fall quarter. And yeah, I'm also updating my contract with my directors and updating the arts historian community fund guidelines with my director by the end of this month, so that we can get that uploaded to the USAC website before the school year starts. But other than that, I don't think I have many updates. Just seconding what Mason said for all of our Broom and Bash updates. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank y'all for your amazing work. Let's see. Evan, did you want to say anything verbal or everything pretty much on the doc?
Everything's on the doc. I got hella updates, but Mason said it best. It's sleepy time, so y'all can read it on your own time.
All right, Sarah. Is Sarah here?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here. Sorry. Okay. FSC, what have we done this week? We did a lot of ARC interviews. We also wrote a bylaw change that is on the agenda this week. Well, I think we have to vote on it next week because it has to be public for like a week. We also, it's our favorite time of year because we're approving the budget. So I had a meeting with the budget review committee, and I also had a meeting with Jessica and Jonathan, which is very helpful. And then we're just doing more internal office hiring stuff. And then also finalizing some New York Times stuff, like I have to fill out a form. But yeah, that is what has been going on in FSC. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, Janice. Wait, is Janice? Yeah, Janice, are you here? Slide? Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Mic don't work. Oh, okay. Doc. Okay, cool. So yeah, feel free to link that. Megan, if you can. Perfect. All right, Tara.
So I had a meeting with Ava the other day and we talked about a lot of good stuff. I'm really excited for our collabs. I got around 25 applications from my office and I only have 2 more interviews, so I'm so happy for that. I did just create a new position, a director of transfer mental health position. So if you guys know anybody who would be interested in that, please let them know. Information is on the Instagram. I also met with Jessica to go over how to change the bylaws. So I'm starting to work on the Transfer Unity Council and what that would look like in upcoming years. I met with Sujana to talk about some things that we will discuss and vote on later, but specifically the course marking. We also had the SOS delegation meeting, so I'm super excited for that. I also am coming into a new role to serve as the Transfer Student Affairs Officer for UCSA. So we had that orientation this past weekend. Super excited for that. I'm also developing a training for FTSP. I'll also be sitting on a first gen transfer panel for Triple CP that same week. I have a meeting with Urban Bruins this week to talk about a few collabs. We're thinking about having a graffiti workshop and also a car show, which I'm super excited about. I also met with PTSP, the President Casey, who was on the call earlier. And then something that I'm trying to work on right now is helping the Transfer Leadership Coalition to be recognized on the Mother Org Coalition so that we can develop a transfer access, retention, and community service project. So looking forward to all that. And I did meet with Janice this past week, and we talked about how to support the transfer community and the Black Bruin community through mental health initiatives.
All right, thank you. And then moving on, last but not least, Adam.
Hey everyone, pretty slow week for ISR. We're working on a lot of things internally mostly. We're planning some events for international students during week 0 with the Dashi Center, which is what we've been working on mainly. And besides that, we've been planning some events with different international clubs that would hopefully also happen during fall and winter quarter. But that's about it from me.
Cool. Moving on to our administrative representatives. Jessica.
No, not really any updates from me, but just because it came up today and in a discussion earlier, if any of your offices are getting outreach about outstanding requisition forms or like reimbursements due to students that were from your prior officer, even though we are well past the rec deadline, if those things start to surface, it's better that we find them now instead of after the fiscal year closes later this month. So if any of you are experiencing that, please reach out to us so we can help make sure they get processed.
Eva?
To clarify, are we still allowed to put requisitions in like for purchases made now if the previous year, like we still had money remaining in that account?
So if you're trying to make new purchases, I would say it's too late to get that process because last week is our absolute last check run before the end of July. So I don't think we have time to process that. But this would be for like if somebody turned in a requisition form or they thought they turned in a requisition form for a purchase that was like in spring quarter and now they're realizing, oh no, like I haven't gotten my check yet, or there was some issue with paperwork. It would be for those instances. We just want those to come to our attention as soon as possible so that we can try to deal with it before we close the year. Because we definitely also just see every year once we get into the new fiscal, there's always some people that are like, hey, I didn't know, and I have this outstanding. So, we just want to try to deal with it as best we can before the end of the month.
Awesome, thank you. Okay. Let's see. And then straight on to Jonathan.
Yeah, I don't have much either this week. Just like one final reminder, if you wanted to provide any feedback on training and transitions, to either fill out that form that I've sent out, or schedule a meeting with me on my Calendly or reach out over email. Otherwise, I hope you all are doing well, staying cool in the heat. And if you need me, you know where to find me.
Jonathan said, call me, beat me if you want. Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay, straight into, we don't have any old business, so we'll go into new business then. Starting with our budget. Okay. So I just wanted to preface this conversation, which I don't think I was clear enough last time, but when I was given the budget, I was literally given it the day, July 3rd, when we had our USAC meeting, a few hours prior to, actually like 1 hour before I sent it to y'all via email. That budget, I had nothing to do with making that spreadsheet. I just want to say, I do appreciate the folks that came here during public comment to speak about the inequities presented in the budget. But I just want to reiterate again that the offices that do have a larger amount is because they have specific referendum. That's not something I created. And that's not something that I had no influence in whatsoever. Just like a lot of the other offices, I only received 2,500 too. So when we presented it last meeting, what I wanted to basically come from that is that if y'all did set up your meetings with Jessica and Roy to kind of talk about the budget, that was the time then to kind of bring up to all of council and to them as well, see like what opportunities did you want to pull from to increase your budget, or what options were there? So I believe that Jessica definitely talked to some folks about a referendum, potential in the future, that the surplus that we're trying to get earlier in the year, so it won't be towards the end of winter quarter like it was last council meeting, where a lot of people still didn't get to fulfill like didn't get to use all their money, hence why we had to restrict some surplus funds even a couple weeks ago. So I just wanted to bring that up and say like definitely we had other avenue. Well, we do have other chances to talk about these things before we get to tonight where we have to vote on it. So, because I believe tonight is our hard deadline for the USAC budget. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, okay. So with that, I believe we talked about it a little bit within various chats about what we want to do with the stipend, which is something that I brought up, and how we want to make it LA City minimum wage instead of the broader California minimum wage. So it'll only be slightly higher. But I just think that's more equitable to the work we do, that is deserved of all the stipend positions. So not just our elected officer roles, but to the other stipend positions that we do have within USAC and our appointees as well. So I think there was agreement on that, but we can also talk about that as well in this conversation. So yeah, Evan, I see your hand up first, and then we'll go to Tara.
Yeah, I'm bringing up kind of an unrelated point. It's just more of a clarification question about when the fiscal year actually ends or when we have to vote on this budget. So is this like the last time possible, or could we not, like, theoretically, I know it would suck, but could we not like reconvene another meeting like next week so we can give ourselves a little bit more time to make like the necessary changes to the budget? I'm just a little bit worried that if we are like trying to like change things to the budget and vote upon it all in like the same night, like I just think we might oversee some things, and I would rather kind of have the time to like sit and wait on it. But obviously that's like decision for all council members. It sucks to have another meeting, but if we just had one that was just budget specific, gave ourselves like a week to try and make some of these changes and do like better meetings with like Roy and with Jessica, just as a thought.
Do you want me to respond to that, Naomi?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so we definitely don't have an extra week. The process for getting your budget approved to be ready for August 1st. So you all approve your budget, and then it goes to the finance committee of the board of directors to verify the fiscal soundness of the budget, make sure that everything balances, we're not in the red. So that finance committee meeting is happening Monday. So if you did feel like you needed a little bit more time, you would have to reconvene this week as a special meeting. And then secondarily, I also want to say, like, there's not much in the budget you can change because, as Naomi mentioned, you know, like 90% of your money is directed by specific referendum language that only the voters can change. So I wouldn't be too worried about making slight adjustments today in real time. That's kind of what we should do just to get to the final version. We can go over the places where you are able to make slight changes, just because it's not a lot. And we can kind of do that in real time and see how it affects the bottom line. Essentially, anything you cut is going to drop more money down to the remaining student government operational funds, which get divided equally among the 9 offices without referendum. So that's going to be really where you see the impact. So yeah, it might take us a bit to get through it if we do want to go through a lot of different changes, but we really should try to get through it tonight, just because if we don't get it to finance committee, then we won't be ready for August 1. So which is shortly around the corner.
Yeah, for real. And real quick, Tara, I had one more point that I forgot I wanted to make. When it comes to surplus, this is why it tends to be, just from what I've seen over the previous years in USAC, a lot of the proposals from these offices that only get $2,000 are oftentimes approved of, because we know that they don't start with a lot of money. So with our hopes of getting surplus earlier than the end of winter quarter, which it kind of was like last year, hopefully we can get offices more money to do the project that they want to do, to fulfill the needs of the student population that they're trying to serve better and bigger. So that's all I want to add, but go ahead, Tara.
Yeah, I was just going to say my general concerns with the budget are that, just being on the present council and also the previous council, is that the way that it's standing right now, when people go back for that surplus, the people who have 6 figures tend to still go back to surplus. So it's still inequitable at the end of the day. But I did want to bring up that I met with Jessica to talk about the budget, and I voiced my original concerns. And she told me that there would be no way to reconstitute the budget, that what it looks like is final. And then I had a meeting with Sarah after that, and Sarah let me know that there are other places that we can pull from the budget, and that it would be dispersed evenly across the smaller budgets in the other offices. So it just seems like there's a lot of incongruency in the communication around the budget, and that's leading to the inequity across the different offices. So can I get clarity on that? And if there is a way for us to meet later on down this week, can we at least discuss that? What do other council members think?
Jessica, do you want to kind of explain the division between the shared offices? Because that happens no matter what.
Yeah. So actually, do you mind if I just share screen?
Yeah.
So it'll be more helpful for me to show it on the actual budget page. Okay, so I'm on 2 screens here, so apologies if my mouse is like all over the place. But essentially, so there are some sections of the budget that you can adjust. They're very, very minimal. So if that was unclear, you know, I apologize for not making that clearer. But essentially, any changes that are made in your budget, which would be to like some of these tabs, for example, you know, if you wanted to reduce stipends for one of the committees, or, you know, like last year, what was cut was election boards, their advertising budget. So you can see we basically kept it the same as what last year's final budget was, which is 12,000, but the original prior to it being cut was 16,000. So those are the kinds of changes that you can make, because again, these are parts of your budget that are coming from the membership fee, which is a general fee that doesn't have restrictions. Any changes you make, essentially, it's going to come down here. It's going to drop down additional funds here to the bottom line, which is, you know, the top portion of your budget. Let me just scroll up really quick. So the top portion of your budget here is your budgetable income. This is what we're collecting from all of the fees. So there's membership fees, entertainment fees, there's different commission fees. You can see hashtag UCLA Wellness Initiative, social justice. These are your referendum fees that go to different places. This is all your income. Then in the bottom section is your budgetable expense. So this is what we make available to expend. So this is always going to be slightly lower than your income because we can never be negative. At the end of the day, we always have to balance to zero. So part of the reason some of these amounts that are available for you to expend are a little bit lower is that we also assess an administrative service fee to your referendum for the delegated fees and internal USAC fees so that we can cover your administrative overhead, because the amount that you're collecting from your membership fee does not cover the costs. So on the fee tab, you can see here in the side column is, sorry, let me scroll over a little bit. There's a 0.75% fee that's charged to everything that's delegated out to other departments at UCLA. So for example, CAPS, the food closet, different things like that. 2% is charged to internal fees that council manages. So this is what all of the administrative service charge amounts to. And that credit is here in your overhead, this $74,000 credit. So that's how we are able to balance your overhead, which includes everything, like all stipends for you all, for appointments. It includes like your election board budget. It includes, different bank fees, advertising, phones, student government website services, things like that. So again, any changes that you make are essentially going to drop down to this bottom line, which is the student government operational fund. And this is just what we call it. This is a long-standing name from way back in the day when a lot more money dropped to your bottom line. It was actually like acted as a funding body. Over time, as inflation has severely decreased the purchasing power that your membership fee covers, this money has shrunk so significantly that it's not really a fund anymore. And council a number of years ago amended the bylaws to just say, let's split this money evenly amongst the 9 offices that don't receive dedicated referendum fees. So that's where, oh no, hopefully I'm not, I think my Excel's freezing, but that 33,000 split evenly adds another 3,726 to each of your 9 offices. So you'd be getting the 2,250 plus the 3,726. And then any adjustments we make, certainly if we're decreasing a section of the budget as it stands, you'll get more money dropping down. So this 33,000 will increase, which will bump up what you all get between the 9 offices. But the other thing to just keep in mind is, as you're making these changes, because it does get split 9 ways evenly, you're not going to see much. Like each of your offices might get like $25 extra, right? It might be something so small that it's not really going to make a meaningful difference. So it's just something to keep in mind. But again, like we can go through, and if there's specific changes you want to see, I can input them on the spreadsheet, and then we can come back to this front page and see what the new amount is looking like at the bottom line. But yeah, I'll leave it there for now, unless there's specific questions or you want to look at a specific tab.
Yeah, Tara, did you want to look at a specific tab or follow up with before we have Sarah ask a question?
I think Sarah was trying to give like counsel with specific tabs, because we had met and I don't really understand which tabs are able to pull from. She understands it better than me, so I guess I'll let her go before I comment.
Okay, Sarah?
Yeah, I want to go into. Quick question. So just so I understand, the 3,726 is what each office that has non-referendum fees gets, correct?
Yes, you get this additionally because you already have the 2,250 is included as a base budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I guess what I talked to Tyra about was, if we were to increase the extra money to have, and Jessica, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the way I saw it was the places that would possibly be able to like we cut is the stipends, mainly J-board stipend. If we wanted to, it has to be a conversation if we want to do that. I guess FICOM, budget review, and then e-board. And then Jessica, are we allowed to cut from the retreat at all as well?
Yeah, so that is another section that we can reduce. And your retreat's an installation. So I would say that as it's budgeted, it's really tight to do both of those things as where it sits now. But as long as you keep in mind that once your surplus is available, that you plan to put some money back into that specific account so that there are funds available, then I think you're okay. So that would just be my recommendation if you did want to reduce your retreats and installation budget, is that you consider like refilling it a bit once surplus funds are available, because we just did the first installation in person this year post-pandemic, and we blew way over that budget. Like we had to cover the costs elsewhere. So it just wasn't enough, just the cost of food and like the cost of venue. Everything's just gone up so much. So but yeah, we can definitely make an adjustment there. I think that should be on its own tab. So let me see. Yeah, here we go. So right now we have 6,500 budgeted. So we can reduce this by, however much you're thinking. But again, like these kinds of reductions, like if this is the only thing you're going to reduce, this is only going to kick a couple dollars to each office. It's not really going to be much.
Yeah. And just thinking about that, divide the whole thing 6,500 by 9. Like, I'm sorry, that's chump change. Like in the grand scheme of things. Even if our retreat being $500, that's a very small allocation for even like buying lunch or dinner for everybody. Like if that's something that we want to do. So I'm like, I guess we can make it 300, but then you think about like 200 divided by 9 ways. So there's that. Like Jessica just said with the installation ceremony, I don't even know the prices, because I know they had to pull. We literally kind of voted last week about some of the, we vote on the nameplates, but I remember previously we had to vote to extract to more money from some funding body to cover the rest of that expense. Do I agree that maybe we need to spend that much on installation? No, but I know it's mostly just in the reservation of that space to do it. So I'm like, it's a give and take. But yeah, Sarah, go again.
I had just one more thing I wanted to say. I think I've had various conversations with different council members, and one thing that I would advise again, if we were to follow the path of cutting somewhere to increase this number, I would avoid, quite honestly, e-board, just because we cut them last year. But 2, I think that ultimately just harms students, because then the reimbursement that students get for running is less. And therefore I think like it disincentivizes people from running. So if we were to cut anywhere, I would probably recommend like the judicial board stipend, because I know FICOM does a lot. Budget review was very swamped last year too. But also, that being said, judicial board does meet every 2 weeks to discuss. I guess they discuss, as what Jessica told me, is they discuss old cases and prepare just in case for if something comes up. They also are our legal aid. Like if we need legal assistance, we can go to judicial board.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. Okay. Yeah. Because they're paid biweekly as well. I wonder if it's worth just making it a stipend position then for like their term. I don't know if that's possible, because I know isn't already in the bylaws saying like they get this amount. So I think that would require a lot of switches, if I'm thinking about those correctly, Jessica, or anybody. I don't know.
Yeah. So in terms of your stipends, so we do base base the calculations on your USA financial guidelines. And basically the way that those guidelines are written is at a cap. So each position is stipended at a capped amount. Like they can't receive more money than whatever it's set at. So that's where we budget. We've like everybody's always just gotten the max amount. So you do have some flexibility to reduce it a bit if you do think, like, for example, last year, like maybe, JBoard wasn't really active, didn't take any cases, like didn't really have any hearings from election season, then maybe you're saying we could reduce it a little bit. But the challenge is also that, as you make those decisions, we never know what next year's going to look like. They could be having cases like, once a quarter or a couple times a quarter, and then, maybe they're doing even more work. So, and then, that's just, again, that's for you all to weigh, if you're going to want to reduce any stipends, for anybody. I mean, that's a hard decision to make, because, it's not like folks are being paid, like an hourly job. So, the stipend is most often modest already. So
I definitely agree. Just thinking about our own stipends, and then how many JBoard, what even would that amount to, like, cost wise? So, like, for the stipends, I don't like we kind of said earlier. I feel like if we decrease the JBoard stipend and divide it across the 9 offices, I don't think that's going to make much of a difference, if really any, in the grand scheme of things. But that's just my perspective. But yeah. So did you have another? I saw that you kind of raised and then lowered. So.
I guess I had one question. Are there any student fees that are not, I guess I would assume no, but I want to ask, are there any fees or money that we have that goes to an office that's non-referendum based?
Sorry, can you rephrase your question? I don't know that I understand what you're asking me.
Yeah, no, for sure. And okay, so basically we're not allowed to touch the monies here because it's for each council's office, because it's based on a referendum and students voted. Is there any money that doesn't come from that?
Yes. So basically the only fee that doesn't really have a directed purpose is your membership fee, which is $10 per student per quarter. And your membership fee pretty much only covers your administrative overhead. So that's the primary fee that's income that doesn't really have any specific direction. All of your other referendum fees, and certainly the referendum fees that get that are under the purview of the various commissions, those are directed for a very specific purpose. So all of the referendum language is on your USAC website. It's under the miscellaneous docs. You can go click open any referendum and see the exact breakdown, and they get to like the cent. So like on the fee tab, so like these are all your referenda, the names of your referendum, and it'll say like, 50 cents is the AAC fee, or like, if I scroll down to, hashtag wellness is all of these different purposes. So $3.33 goes to contingency, $4.99 goes to caps, $3.33 to community service. So, this is all per the actual language that was voted on by the voters. So it's very specific down to like the exact cent and dollar. So these are the fees that we can't adjust and we can't redirect, because the referendum directs it in a very specific, intentional way.
Okay, Evan?
This is probably a dumb question, but if you're like one of the offices that does get money from a referendum, like a specific referendum, do you get any money from like the general like $10 fee? Is that also part of it, or is it just from your specific office referendum?
No, yeah, no. None of the offices, like the commissions that get referendum fees that are dedicated, they don't have any share of the membership fee, I don't believe. I think it mostly covers your overhead, and then so like let's see, what is it? Membership fee is number one. So that's the number over here on the left column. So you can see in your budgetable expense, these are the areas that number one hits. And mostly it's for like the stipends, like the stipends all get paid by the membership fee. So that's a big one. But yeah, most of the income for all of these other offices are all coming from specific places, like specific fees that are not the membership fee.
Okay. Other comments from council members? Okay. So kind of just recapping. Yeah. I know this decision sucks, especially for the offices that don't get much money to begin with. I'm one of these offices. And as someone that's supposed to represent the association, all undergraduates, yeah, it's chump change. So I know it sucks. Even just with the $3,000 that we'll gain from the overhead and divide between those 9 offices. Well, not divided between, but like each office is getting that additional $3,000. What I said last time, I think there was most agreement, but I definitely just want to make sure that that was still the case of the stipends being increased for across the board of USAC of what we stipend to being the LA City wage. So I just wanted to make sure that that was something that folks agreed with, if there were any concerns there, because that was one of the main changes that I saw. Oh, Katie, go ahead.
I just wanted to like clarify if our stipends were based off of California minimum wage or California pay. Would like the money that like the difference between the LA price and the California for like all the stipends, would that money be put into overhead and then be split among the offices? Or like where would that money go? Would it go into surplus? Like what exactly would happen to it?
It'd be split among the offices, which is why y'all had a version voice sent in the original email.
Wait, sorry, you cut out. What'd you say?
So there's a version 1. So when I sent both of the spreadsheets in the original email that I sent to all council members on July 3rd, there is a version 1 that had basically how the budget would be, what the overhead would be if we remained, if we kept the minimum wage of California as our stipends, and then version 2, which we're looking at right now, which is if we increase the stipend amount to LA City. So
right, okay, yeah, that was like with the 13,500. Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure that I like read the Excel files right. Got it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so I see Tara in the chat says I advocate that we postpone the vote. Okay. I need other people's thoughts because right now it's already 10:32. So what are our thoughts? Sarah? Oh, Gabby, go ahead.
Sorry, I just have a quick question. So if we increase our stipend, like we changed it to LA minimum wage, are we also changing that for all the other stipends, like J board stipend, E board, all that?
Yes.
Okay.
So Jessica, was the stipend, do you remember the exact numbers of what it would be going to per?
Sorry, what the adjusted rates for all of the stipends are, or?
Like from California to LA.
Mhm.
Do you remember what it was?
Oh, yeah. So the California state minimum wage is currently at $15.50, and then LA City is like $16.78. So it would be increasing by $1.28, which is what your USAC stipends are based on. And then every other appointed position is like some percentage of the USAC stipend, the elected officer stipend. So they kind of all proportionally go up. So I can show you, let me stop share really quick. I have another sheet that I can show you with all the stipend calculations that we did for the adjusted numbers.
And Katie, is your question in relation to that?
Oh, I just wanted to quickly add, I did the math a little bit ago, so I can't remember exactly, but I know specifically just for our elected offices, it would cost about like $12,700 or so more if we went with LA minimum wage. With the LA minimum wage. I didn't calculate it for the other offices though.
Yeah, that's why it's on the version 1 spreadsheet. How you could see the difference in the overhead amount is because of that stipend rate.
So this spreadsheet is basically how we just like our quick sheet for doing the stipends. So the rates all went up in July for LA City. So these are the adjusted rates weekly, what the stipends are for each position, and then you can see the percentage. So USAC officers are calculated based on 20-hour work week. At minimum wage, this should say LA City minimum wage. And then, for your summer stipend rate, you get 35% of that. FICOM chair is 89% of the USAC stipend. Presidential directors, chief of staffs, budget review director, everybody's like some percentage of the elected rate. So yeah, these are the calculations of what they go up to. I think currently, on this page we have what they were for California. So California state minimum wage adjusts in January. So the rates would be going up January 2024. So then your new rate would be $321 starting in January, where it would be $336 for the whole year for LA City. Since it goes up in July, it's a little bit more aligned with our fiscal year. So we wouldn't be having a mid-year wage change. It would just stay consistent through your term, aside for your summer adjusted rate, which is always a little bit reduced since you don't meet as often.
Okay. And Katie?
Oh, that was an accident. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
And then I also just wanted to see too, if there were some a few changes that you all wanted to see, we can kind of do them real time and see how that impacts. Because the other thing that I wanted to point out too is that we always have about $10,000 budgeted for council discretionary, which again is for general council initiatives. The last time council discretionary was activated by a council, I can't really tell you. It's been a little while. Most of the time, there's not really a council-wide initiative. And folks tend to just wait until there's surplus funds available since it's significantly more money. So that could be an option too that would put, $1,000 and some change into the 9 offices if you wanted to just remove the council discretionary budget, part of your budget.
Okay. Evan?
So
I think if we do that, at least for me personally, I would definitely give up the money that would be going to the facilities commission. I would probably, if we could all agree upon it, give as much to Tyra and the TSR as possible, because I think that there is some inequities that we do need to address with this money, especially if there's $10,000 that we could be using for this purpose. At least for me personally, I don't think we would need it.
Okay. I think it's a good idea to divide up the $10,000. from the discretionary fund. If other folks are
Okay, let me see if I can make that. Let me see if I can make that 0. And let's see if it does what it's supposed to do. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so 4,837. And then I think to make it the easiest, Evan, if that's something that you are interested in, I think we can just like budget transfer after the fact.
all right, Megan.
Wait, I have a question. So if you wanted to transfer like money from your budget to another office's budget, like does that have to be done like before like it's allocated, or can that be done like anytime during the school year?
I mean, I think we should be able to do it. Well, obviously we can't do it until your funds are available after August 1st, but I think it should be fine. As long as it's not, again, as long as it's not referendum money that's for a very specific purpose that you can't transfer out because it has to be used for, like Books for Bruins or, UEP's travel grant. Like there's so many different funding sources through USAC that have to be maintained because of the referendum language. So as long as there's no restrictions on that, I don't see a problem with budget transferring, after this basically is like step 1 in order to enable money to all your offices. Step 2 is that we then need to have follow-up meetings with each of you and SGA to set up your budget transfers and actually put your money into the sub accounts within your office. So there's a whole second part to this budget process that we'll be visiting sometime in August.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other changes you all wanted to see? Do we want to try to reduce a little bit the retreats and installation budget? Because again, installation is not happening till spring quarter. So as long as there's, some consideration for when surplus funding comes up to kind of refill some of that budget, if we want to make funds available now for the 9 offices, we can make that adjustment and see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Alicia.
Oh, sorry. I know this is taking a while, but Fernando just put in the chat emergency fund. Can you elaborate, Fernando, if you don't have any knowledge about like how that money has been used to help students in emergencies?
Oh, sorry, Alicia. No, it's more for like expenses that come out of nowhere and no office is in particular is responsible for paying it. So then we use a discretionary fund to offset the cost.
Got it. Okay. Megan.
I know like the retreat money is like literally the tiniest bit of the budget, but was it like completely used like this like past year? Like how much of it was used?
So we didn't have it until winter, like end of winter quarter. So I definitely want to change that to have it before fall, like too deep into fall. I believe like 200 of it was used because we only had about 4 people show up and like there was leftover food and stuff. So I don't quite remember like what. So yeah, but it wasn't quite as utilized as how I would like it to be utilized.
Okay, if the money is still there, I guess I'll plan something.
Okay. So yeah, so definitely for myself included and some of the other offices that don't receive as much money, I just want to say that when it comes to our surplus proposals, I definitely want to have a better structure than what we had last year. just so that folks can put forth their initiatives and we can just do it in a better manner. I believe last year was kind of not as well done. So I want to discuss that with all of you and figure out how we can best do this to make sure that folks feel supported, especially folks without referendum fees to feel supported in the work that they do. Besides that, let me pass it out to Sarah real quick.
I just have a quick question. Sorry if this was mentioned. My Wi-Fi cut out for a sec. But if we were to postpone, did we say when the meeting would be? Like, I know it has to be this week, but like, we didn't say like a day, right?
I think you would have to do it Friday because I think you need like 2 days notice to the public that you're gonna meet to get an agenda together. And the finance committee is happening Monday. So this needs to be approved and to them for review on Monday. Unless the only other thing we could do, but I mean, it wouldn't be preferable for this unless there's really no further discussion or questions. You could take a vote by email to get it approved, but again, like we can't be doing the back and forth through that. It would just be a formality of saying yes to the budget. But yeah, I mean, I don't really see how we could work out the timing. And then you also obviously would have to make sure you for sure have quorum, because if there's no quorum, we can't pass this budget. So my preference would be, if I know it's late, but if we can work through it now, and get it voted on, because again, like just to reassure you all, 90% of your funds are you have no flexibility over because they're dedicated by referendum. I mean, roughly $10 million budget for USAC, half of that is delegated fees to other campus departments for different purposes. So right off the top, you have half that just we delegate and other folks manage. A good chunk of it goes to your funding bodies so that other student organizations can apply to it. Yes, the commissions do have some funds that they oversee for programming and things like that, but really like the amount that council has discretionary over is really low. It's like only about 110,000 of that 10 million is like your actual funds that you have some say over because they're not directed by specific referenda language. So, there's not much flexibility in where we stand now. And the reason why the spreadsheet is so complicated is, we get the amount of the fees from academic planning and budget. We get the enrollment projections. That's how we calculate what all your income is going to be. Everything's projected income. And then we budget it the best we can based on what the referenda said and then based on, where we do have the flexibility to make some adjustments. So, I understand wanting to feel like you can have more time to process through it, but, at the end of the day, there's not a ton of flexibility. So I don't know how helpful more time would be in this case. Really what you need is more referenda funds that direct funds to these important purposes, because, as I mentioned to Tyra when I met with her, both TSR and ISR did not exist when some of the more recent referenda and some of the larger referenda funds were voted on by the student body. Like the actual offices themselves had not been created yet. And since then, I think CUB might have been the last referendum that attempted to fund some resources to TSR, but that unfortunately didn't pass by a very, very narrow margin. So, the real way to impact significant change on what this budget looks like is to, run a referenda and get more fees directed to that purpose.
Yeah, completely agree. Evan.
Yeah, I'm also kind of getting what Jessica's saying, that maybe it's not the best if we have extra time, because it does look like so much of it is kind of locked up already. But I do really want to go back to that council discretionary fund. It seems like what its purpose is for like all of council to come together to support like a specific cause. It's $10,000. I feel like if we divide that up between the 9 offices, it's really not much. It's not significant, but maybe if we could come together and decide, let's give that $10,000 just to the TSR office. It's the office that probably needs it the most. And it's also like we all have surplus on the horizon. But I mean, in that first kind of quarter, when it's so important to make sure the transfers are feeling like they're included and welcomed into the UCLA environment and the UCLA community, I think that $10,000 is much better spent in that office. It's my personal preference. I'd really hope that some other council members could speak up in support of that too. I think that we have such limited funds, like let's use it in the way that's the most strategic. And I think it's the most strategic if we put it all to the transfer.
Eva, do you want us to talk on that, or you want a separate point?
I concur with Evan. I think it doesn't really affect me personally, but I think that we're hearing a lot of advocacy for TSR to get this money. So I think if there's any other commission that is also interested in getting it amongst the 9, I think even a ratio could be discussed. But I think a good majority of it, if not everything, can go to TSR. But again, that's kind of out of my jurisdiction. But the second thing I wanted to say was I actually motion to do the other new business items and come back to this after, just because for my UC community sign-on letter, at least the presenter's been in the waiting room for 2 hours, and I think the budget is obviously the most contentious issue here. So I motion to go through the other new business items and come back to the budget after we finish them.
I have a second.
Second.
I have no clue who said that. I'm so sorry. Eva motions. Megan, did you second?
Yeah, but I forgot who was seconded.
All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, please lower your hands. My only thing though, y'all need to stay on, because if we have to vote on the budget tonight, I need quorum. Okay. So let's do this. Okay, from I believe it was 10 to 0 to 0. We have that approved. Okay, let's go ahead to the other things. I really hope y'all were able to kind of preview these documents. So we just need a brief summary and then we can sign off. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and promote the person that Eva brought?
Yeah, Mary's in the waiting room, or the non-panel.
Right now. Okay.
Hey everyone, am I ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Hi y'all, my name is Marian Toma, she, her pronouns. I'm a community organizer with Unite Here Local 11, which is the hospitality workers union here in Southern California and also Arizona. I'm also a member of SLAP, which is the Student Labor Advocacy Project here at UCLA, and a recent grad. So SLAP is standing in solidarity with workers at the Laguna Cliffs Marriott Hotel, which is a hotel owned by the UC Board of Regents. And workers at Laguna Cliffs went out on strike earlier this month after the union contract expired on June 30th, along with 62 other hotels all over the region. And actually, a couple USAC members back in 2020 had supported workers at Laguna Cliffs Marriott in their efforts to organize a union. And within a pandemic, they were able to win that union, with students, faculty, and alumni really putting pressure on the regents to do the right thing and, respect these workers. So when permanent workers that went out on strike earlier this month, the hotel hired Black temporary workers through an agency to break the strike. We found it lamentable that the hotel has employed few to any Black union permanent staff, and yet when in need of strikebreakers, the hotel was somehow able to find and hire Black temporary workers through an agency. This is repulsive behavior from the hotel, especially since it is essentially pitting workers against each other. And so in solidarity with Local 11 workers, we are demanding that the hotel negotiate a fair contract immediately and hire these Black workers they hired on to break a strike as permanent union staff with stable employment. And currently we have nearly 140 students, faculty, workers, and alumni who have signed on to the UC community letter of support for workers at this hotel. And as a public institution, we really believe that the UC should enshrine our commitment to the public good by ensuring that these Black workers and Black workers in general are treated with respect. So I hope we could count on your support. Thank you. And if anyone has questions, if we have time, I could also answer.
Yeah, of course. Any questions, comments for Mary? And thank you so much, Mary, for your patience and waiting. I really do appreciate it. Megan, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to emphasize, thank you so much for staying this long. I've seen you in the attendees list for quite some time. And I was like, who is this person? But thank you so much for staying this. You're really it's clear that you're very passionate about this. And I think that we should all be voting yes on this very quickly. Very quickly.
Agreed. Sujana?
Hey,
Yeah.
Sujana.
I was just gonna say hi, Mary, because Mary and it's nice to see you. Mary and I worked together as part of an internship I did through my class spring quarter. Let me live. Asian Pacific American Labor Association, and Mary's just fantastic and super knowledgeable. I don't know, I just wanted to shout her out, but I also wanted to say hi because it's so cool to see you again. But yes, judiciously, let's vote yes, because she's an amazing activist, organizer, and representative for workers and the people. So
amazing. Okay, Alicia?
Hi, Mary. I think I've met you two at our patients meeting before. I was wondering if there are any ways to get actively involved because I'm living in LA, and so I wanted to know if there's any pickets going on right now that any of us could join if we're in LA as well. Or is there anything else we can do other than signing on? Thank you. And nice to see you. Thank you for being here.
Yes, nice to see you. Thank you, Alicia. Yeah, I know it's getting late, so I'm gonna be quick. But yes, there are pickets all over Southern California. This strike is kind of different in that we are doing a rolling strike. So different hotels in various regions will go out on strike at different times. So last week it was hotels at near LAX and some in Orange County. The week before it was downtown in Santa Monica. Today there was actually negotiations that went on. And so we're waiting to release information about, how contract negotiations have been going on. And depending on that, more workers will just be out. We're going to be out there picketing and, WGA, SAG-AFTRA, all these unions are out there, and we're also standing in solidarity with them. So I could drop my email and my number on the chat. Feel free to reach out to me. And then the second thing is that we will actually be at the Board of Regents tomorrow. I just drove all the way up to the Bay today, and we are going to be putting forth this letter in front of the regents. And so it's going to be really, really important to have your support. And, we're going to hear some from workers, even workers that are these temporary workers that I'm referring to. And they're going to be speaking truth to power and advocating for workers' rights and what they deserve. So, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much again for coming tonight. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, I encourage you to sign. Do we want to, is this a voting item that we have on here? Okay, yeah. So can I have a motion?
Motion to sign on to, oh my God, the organization will sign on to the UC community letter, negotiate a fair contract and hire Black and African American workers.
I second.
All right, Eva motions, Alicia seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Period.
All right, please lower your hand.
Oh,
all right. And then all against, please raise your hand. All abstaining, please raise your hand. With a vote of 13-0-0, that is approved. All right, so Eva and Mary, would you prefer that we each individual council member sign on, or as just a council, just put like Undergraduate Students Association Council on one signature on the form?
Mary, what do you prefer?
Whatever process y'all are used to. I already got the support, so whatever you guys want.
We usually, in this case, we usually just sign on as a group, but we can also, yeah, because not every council member is here, so I think we can just do it right now. I go ahead, I filled out, oh, okay, cool. Then yeah, do it if you want. I'll just sign off as the whole council, and then yeah, cool. If you want to fill it out individually, you can. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Mary. Okay, yeah. Cool. Okay, so we want to move on to the next one. Sujana? Oh wait, okay. We voted to do all the rest of the ones and then go back to the budget, right? Okay, cool. Sujana, go.
Yes, hi my friends. So the first sign-on letter is about basically UC Office of the President has assembled a textbook affordability task force. And this is basically to come up with obviously like proposal for how to improve textbook affordability, but one of the main ideas being floated around is the idea of equitable access, which is, let me turn my camera on, which has already been implemented at UC Davis. And this is basically the idea that students would be paying, why isn't it? What? That students would be paying some kind of flat fee, like $200, $300 each quarter for all of their textbooks. And so obviously this can kind of pose a problem. Students are, potentially paying much more for textbooks than they would otherwise because they just have to opt in and pay this fee regardless. And so that's like part of the proposal and part of what they are trying to bring. And so actually currently they're in the process, I know, of finalizing a proposal, and it's kind of up in the air of like when it's going to pass on that. And so we don't even know like the contents of the proposal at all. We don't know what is going to end up being passed. And so that's because we don't have any student representation on this committee. And at present, there's a guy, that's so funny because his first name is Guy. You guys don't get it, but it's really funny. So his name is Guy Adams, and he's from the UCLA bookstore, and he is supposedly the student representation. But he's not a student, he's a grown man. So he sits on that council. He sits on that task force rather, but he's not legitimate student representation. So what this letter is asking for is we just kind of like tried to come up with the most reasonable way that students could take a look at it. And so we thought of UCSA's Academic Affairs Commission representative. That is Meg Chang from UC Davis, who I already am planning on meeting with, and yeah, who will be a part of this. The thing is, this is still relevant. The only thing is I just learned like a day ago that I think they are trying to appoint a student to this task force. I just don't know if it's this task force specifically, but the point is that hasn't happened yet. And regardless, like the contents of this letter stand in that students will be able to look and review it. And so there is no language in this letter that necessarily needs to be changed if a student is to be appointed to the task force, because there's nothing specific here that says that there's zero student representation
to my understanding. So that's a good. But yeah, hopefully you guys would all like to sign on. This is just so that we can have the chance to look at it. At present, we don't have any idea what's in that proposal. And we'd like to make sure that things, that changes. Any questions?
Okay. My bad. Okay, yeah. Any questions, comments, concerns? For sure. I see a lot of people already signing on. These are voting items, so we'll go ahead and just vote really quickly on both of them. We'll separately. Can I have a motion for the first one?
Oh wait, should I explain the second one really quick though? Or if we're voting on both? We're gonna okay, yeah.
My bad. Okay. Can I have a motion?
I motion that we all sign on to the letter requesting student representation on the UCOP textbook affordability task force.
I second.
All right, Megan motions, Alicia seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hand. All abstaining, please raise your hand. All right, with a 90-0 vote, that is approved. All right, so we'll go ahead and sign off on that. If you haven't already, if you want, you can also just add USAC, UCLA Council as a whole if you want. But yeah, because I know some votes aren't here. And then whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and kind of provide a brief summary on the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is kind of just under like that same issue of textbook affordability. So this is to advocate for UCLA to implement course marking, which you can kind of see the criteria for which courses would be marked in the first paragraph of this letter. Open educational resources, meaning like they're not, like, I don't know, copyright protected or whatever, like you don't have to pay for them. They're just free. Don't require a paid textbook, or cheaper under some kind of threshold, $50 perhaps. And so this is just so students can be completely aware before enrolling in a class what financial burden that will place on them, especially if equitable access is implemented. This isn't mentioned in the letter because it's kind of a second step. We want to get to the first step first, but then the hope would be that if equitable access was to, God forbid, be implemented at UCLA, that then courses that are marked would be exempt from, like, if you were to take those classes, you wouldn't have to pay that fee. And so this is especially important because there's already a piece of legislation that has been passed, SB 1359, which requires this practice at CCs and CSUs. That's why I was really excited to speak to Tyra about this, and she was very understanding of the issue, and I believe has already kind of worked with that kind of affordability issue before on her student government. So that was really exciting. And in that legislation, the language does specifically say that the UCs are highly recommended to implement this, but they have not done that. So, what's going on? And that's why we're advocating for that. And that's why it's addressed to Dean Galvan. So that's the second letter.
Amazing. Okay. Any questions? Honestly, I'll just say that I love this. Reading through it, I definitely was very insightful. Actually, I didn't know that this was something that was happening on other campuses, and it's kind of a shame that UCLA hasn't done it yet. So I definitely appreciate you bringing this up. Yeah, I already signed off, but we'll do a formal vote. So can I have a motion?
Yeah, I motion to sign on to the letter advocating for course marking.
I second.
Oh, and then motions. Tyra seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, perfect. 13. That's all of us. 13-0, and that is approved. So we'll go ahead and sign off on that. Feel free to do so individually, as some votes have already done, and then you can also add the whole council as well, since some votes aren't here. Okay, awesome. And then, Sarah, I know you mentioned something about the bylaw change not being up for a week, was it? Or has it been up for the week?
No, I got it on the agenda by Friday, so I think, but I submitted it on Friday, so I think it needs to be, we need to vote at it next meeting. Should I summarize it now, or do we want to do that next time?
If you can do it next time.
Love. No, perfect.
Okay, so we'll just move that. So that'll be old business next meeting. Okay. Before we go into executive set, actually we have no attendees, so it doesn't really matter.
Wait, yeah, there's no attendees, it doesn't really matter, but I just thought that we should probably do that last.
Because we're live streaming, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
we should probably. Okay, wait. I motion to go back to the budget, or no, I motion to finish the new business and then do the budget and then do the personnel matter.
I like to second that.
All in favor? Oh, wait, okay. Eva motions, Megan seconds. All in favor, please raise your hands. Okay. All against? Okay. That was all. Okay. All abstaining? Okay, with a 12-0 to vote, that is approved. So let's go to the last thing on the new business, and then we'll go back to the budget, then we'll go to personal matter. Okay, so restricted funding for disability program funding. Tyra now, I guess. Oh, Jonathan, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't catch this before you all approved the agenda, but if this is something, if you want to restrict the funding today, you're going to want to vote to make this an action item.
Okay, can someone motion to do that?
I move to make restricting funding for disability program funding an action item.
A second.
Second.
Oh my God, Sarah motions, Megan seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Ooh, please lower your hands. Okay, all abstaining. All against. Okay, with 11-0, that is approved. So
Sorry, Naomi, I vote to support. Sorry, I forgot to raise my hand.
oh, we're just making a voting action, and we haven't voted on it yet. You're good.
Oh, I vote to vote. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Okay. So I guess that's 12 then, 12-0 on that one. Okay. So I know, is Eliana still here? I don't think so.
I don't think so, but this was something that was from last council. She had presented this in tandem with the surplus funding that she got for ASU's projects. I think that she had forgot to add a separate restriction or something. I'm not really sure what happened, but she reached out today, so I wanted to do it for her if possible. I don't know. I forgot how much was going specifically towards the disability peer mentoring program, but I know that she was really interested in doing this and she wanted to do it as an extension of the future disability center that's going to be on campus and also the major that she helped to advocate for. And so, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't remember the specific amount as well, but we can definitely look that up. My only concern is who would be taking on this project as Eliana has graduated. So that's the only thing I'm concerned about. And just like, who's gonna have the funding? Because I don't think she got to the point yet where it was like, if it was gonna be given to DSU or who was working with this. I don't think it got to that point from last year, if I'm remembering correctly, but I'm not for sure on that. So Evan?
Yeah, I'd definitely like to hear some more information about where specifically it is going to be going, but that's also something that obviously the Facilities Commission, as the group that's kind of spearheading the Lily Shaw Disability Cultural Center, this could be something that would be very helpful to have restricted for next year. Just in like complete transparency, we only have around $60,000 to get the cultural center up and started. That's not enough for staffers. That's not enough for programming. That's really only enough for capital like investments. And even with that, not very many. So I think that for me personally, for the programs that Eliana has proposed in the past, could find a place in the Facilities Commission and could especially find a place, like Tyra had mentioned, in the Lily Shaw Disability Cultural Center, and that should be happening soon too. So hopefully we could be able to use this money. So I don't think it wouldn't just like I totally understand your concerns, Naomi, but I think we could definitely work something out.
Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be great. It looks like it was $5,400, so I definitely would love for it to go to the Disability Culture Center and events that are organized there just to help with that, because like you said, that's definitely not enough money which you got. So yeah, we can work something out with Jonathan there and trying to get that allocated over to maybe FAC or however we want to do it. I think that would be great. And even still going, oh, okay, I see a few hands. Jessica, I probably has to deal with what I just said, so we'll go there and then go to Sujana.
Yeah, sorry, just to hop in really quick. So typically when you're restricting funding that was allocated and unexpended, you're not really changing the purpose of what the funding was initially allocated for. So it would have to stay consistent with Eliana's original proposal to be for the disability peer mentoring program. It couldn't go to other costs because then you just have to apply for new funds. You wouldn't be able to change the purpose of what was previously voted and approved.
Okay. So that look, you brings me back to my original concern then, because who wants to spearhead? If you still want to spearhead that, yes. John.
Yes. So I, as academic affairs commissioner, sit as a representative to UCOD, which is like the UC system-wide disability committee, and I think like my positionality is a bit more integrated with the DSU and with the disabled community, and so if you needed someone to spearhead it, I'd be willing to do it specifically for that purpose. However, depending on what Eliana thinks, depending on what the specific rules are, like I think the Disability Cultural Center is so important, obviously, and so I guess I would rather have the funds go there if Eliana was to agree, and if the peer mentorship program was, I don't know if the goal is to have it administered somehow under the center. However, if it's all about administering that peer mentorship program and everything, I'd be willing to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Evan, go ahead and then I'll make one more comment.
Yeah, definitely. Also, just give a little bit of background. So the Facilities Commission is the group that actually appoints the UCOD for undergraduate appointments. So I also sit on UCOD. I sit on the University Committee of Disability. We also serve on DSU. So technically, for bylaws' sake, the Facilities Commission is supposed to be the group that's overseeing accessibility. We also have project directors that are specifically for it. So I feel like it could definitely be helpful if it's specifically in the Facilities Commission, just because it's something we already deal very strongly with accessibility. That goes back from Lily Shaw and her time as the Facilities Commissioner. So it has actually been changed as part of our bylaws. And then the other part of that too, that I will say, so this is something that we've talked a lot about, what programs we'd like to see within the Lily Shaw Disability Cultural Center, and a peer mentoring is part of that. So I think that they could definitely find a place in the cultural center as kind of a subsection of that. But I mean, Sujana, this could also be something that I would love to collaborate on and see how we could work together to really make this happen. So it doesn't necessarily have to be one or the other. I think if we could do a little collab too, that'd be fantastic.
I love collabs. Okay, Eliana's back. At 11, period. Okay, let's go ahead and have Eliana come talk to us about some of those. We can promote.
Hi, awesome people. Good to be with all of you. Thank you so much, Tara, for putting this on the agenda. You're wonderful. And yeah, appreciate all of you. You're all awesome people, and I love you. Thank you, Tara. You're the best. Love you all. You're amazing. So where are we at?
So kind of how what we're thinking right now with the funds, if restricting the fund, it would be basically kind of collaboration between FAC and AAC, and that they both sit on, is it UCOD?
University Council on Disability, yes.
Mm-hmm. They both make appointments to it, I believe. And so in thinking about some of the things in the Disability Cultural Center, peer mentoring definitely wants to be a factor in that. So because when we restrict the surplus, Jessica made us aware that it's supposed to be going to that designated original what the proposal was looking for. So it's be with the Disability Peer Mentoring Program. We just wanted to see if you can shine some light on how far along with that planning you got when you were in your role. If there were any, just how far it kind of.
Thank you. So pretty early stages. We've got like a training, which is maybe like 2/3 written and prepared, which we're gonna use for like the mentors. And we have a group of people working on it. I reached out to like a nationwide disability justice and mental health group, Project Let's, and I'll be talking with them soon. And like maybe becoming one of their chapters. So I'm frankly a bit behind, but I'm hoping by like fall that we can get stuff go launch it in this fall and have everything prepare in the summer and launch it in this fall. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So as long as FAC and AC kind of can fall in line with that vision, even if it's maybe not starting in fall, like maybe if it takes to winter, like to get off the ground, Jonathan can definitely probably forward some of those email communications. I think it's a great idea, and something that I would love to be able to restrict so we can use it for, along with the initiatives that y'all are already planning within that center. But yeah, any other comments, questions, concerns while we have Eliana here? And thank you so much, Eliana, for being here. I do appreciate it.
You are very welcome, Naomi. Good to see you.
You as well. Okay, if no more comments, then I guess we can go ahead and vote on it. Can I have a motion?
Yeah, I vote to restrict funding for disability program funding.
I second.
Okay, Evan motions, Alicia seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand.
You have the amount in that, folks.
Evan, can you say the amount? 5,400.
I vote to restrict $5,400 for disability program funding.
I
At least
feel like there's an extra $750 or something that I got later.
With the spreadsheet I'm looking at right now that Megan sent.
The spreadsheet that I sent is all these surplus requests from last council. I will pull it up in the chat. But it does say for disability peer mentoring program, it says General Representative 3, and then it says $5,400.
Okay, I guess that's
that
it
has
then. Thank
changed.
you.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Okay, and people already have their hands raised, so perfect. So all in favor, keep your hands raised. Awesome. Okay. Please lower your hands. All against? All abstaining. All right, we'll vote 13 to 0 to 0. That is approved. So we will go ahead and restrict those funds. But yeah, I love to see collaboration. So awesome. Oh, and Fernando clarified that's that amount in the account. So perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you again for showing up, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
You too. Good night, everybody. Y'all are awesome.
Thanks. Oh my God. Okay. That's a budget.
Where were we?
Oh, hi. Okay. Let me pull this back up. Okay. Are we seeing the budget? It's late and I'm tired. I'm sorry. Okay. So let's see. Okay, we're in the overhead. So okay, did we wanna so we took out the council discretionary. I can put it back in. What I feel like is a better, cleaner way of doing this is if council chooses as an initiative to support the TSR office, then you all should just vote that. You should just leave the 10,000 as council discretionary. And on August 1st, when your new budget is then available for the new fiscal year, as a council, vote to have that be your initiative and just direct however much money. Secondarily, if you want to kind of do both, drop a little bit to the bottom line and also allocate some directly to TSR. I can also, you know, maybe change it to like 8,000 discretionary instead of 10, or, you know, however you all want to, you know, make those changes. But I would say if, you know, maybe you should take kind of like a straw poll consensus. If that's something you want to do, I'll put the 10,000 back in here and then just leave it as is. And then council can just vote on that after your budget's active August 1st.
Okay. Sujana?
Wait, I was gonna say something, but I feel like it may have been impacted by what Jessica just said, so which I kind of missed a part of, but Jessica said that we can take some from discretionary, drop that down. After our budget is active, then we can vote on how to use those remaining discretionary funds.
So what's said is we can take 10,000 back in discretionary.
Right.
Wait until August 1st.
Mm-hmm.
What it's originally used for is a collective action from council into like something that we all want to do. And we vote to put that 10,000 in TSR. Or options here. You can take we can take some of the discretionary, say $3,000, $4,000, divide it up among the 9 offices, and then give the rest to TSR, something like that. It's kind of give or take. I think what Jessica said, though, the easiest way to do it would be to vote on wait until August 1st to vote on how that discretionary is used. Council, like what collective you want to do.
The proposal I have, and let me know what you guys think, is like obviously like all the 9 offices who don't have referenda. I get that everyone is in the same boat. At the same time, though, I just don't think we can discredit all of Tyra's efforts. And I think the fact that like she got so many people to show up to she got so many people to show up to public comment, like she cares. Like this is not something insignificant. This isn't, don't take this the wrong way, but all the other offices had the chance to do that too. And I think the fact that Tyra really did that and really showed up and showed out means something. So, but at the same time, I get the other 8 offices are all in the same place. We all want to make sure, all the offices are getting funded. What if we just made it even, kind of dropped $5K to split between the offices and dedicated $5K to TSR? Or we could do 6 and 4, 7 and 3. I want at least $5K for Tyra's office, but then if we want to make it, kind of an even split, that's kind of an idea I have. I don't know. I want to make sure Tyra agrees, everything like that.
Mason, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was just gonna say, kind of with either of those options that we just presented, like the one that Sahana just said, if we gave the 500 to TSR, which like I am in favor of doing, then and we had the 5,000 left over to split amongst the other 8 commissions, I personally wouldn't mind opting out, like considering that Campus Events Commission has such a large budget, and like if we divided the 5,000 amongst 8 commissions, that would only be $625 for us, which is like relative to what it would be for TSR, I feel like somewhat insignificant. So I just wanted to put that out there, but if that's the option that we went with, but
yeah, CC wouldn't get anything. Sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. I'm just like
2:30 a.m. So sorry.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Hi. Okay. I think what would be really helpful is if you can have a better idea of like how much the different offices like need and what do they have planned, because I think different offices have different needs. If you guys are planning like more events like TSR and that requires a bigger budget, then it'll help us to decide how much to allocate, because like equal funding not necessarily would best reflect the needs of the different offices. But yeah, we can discuss this in another meeting. I also second that.
Yeah. Evan?
This is my last comment, then I retire. I promise. I just think the like $5,000, like split between 8 offices, whatever it's going to be, it's just chump change. Like, just give it all to TSR. I think it's really like it's the move that makes the most sense, and it's the only way that we're really going to be using like funds towards events that have impacts on the student body. I mean, like, what are we going to do with an extra $1,000 on top of our budget? Just putting it out there.
Jan, did you have another comment?
Nope, I don't.
Okay, sorry. Cool. Okay. Anybody else have any comments? Okay, Tara?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for Evan for even like proposing that. I was actually shook behind my camera. I was like, oh, Evan, 8 down. But I just have a question. So if y'all are deciding to do that, is Jessica still gonna leave like the adjustments that she made earlier where it kind of like increased it for everybody? If that makes sense?
No, we would probably just put it back into the discretionary and then August 1st, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, for that other stuff that she had dropped off, and I don't remember what she was dropping off from like 3,000 to 4,000.
It's gone.
Oh,
I moved it out already.
Okay.
I put it back into discretionary. So yeah, now it's back down to the original, which is 3,700 to the 9.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Any other comments, concerns? Okay, it's giving crickets. Cool. Okay, so yeah.
Wait, is that an old hand? I think Chang has a hand up.
It's an old hand. Already
Okay. Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay, cool. Okay, let's get to me. Can I have a motion?
Okay.
I move to approve the 2023 to 2024 USAC budget.
Releasing motions. Can I have a second?
I second.
Is that Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, Alicia motions, Sarah seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right. 13-0. That is approved. Yay.
Yay. Good job, everybody. I know that was rough, but you did it. You survived. And your next meeting, you will all have budgets. Yay.
Oh, we got executive session now, babes. Okay, it's not over.
Wait, give me a second. I gotta stop the Zoom.
How do I motion for that? Or what do I do, Jonathan?
Yeah, so Megan, before you stop the Zoom, someone needs to motion to enter executive session. If and when that motion passes, then Naomi will start the executive session and then you can end live.
Okay.
Okay, let's say the time. Katie, did you have a question before we go into executive session?
Oh, so my hand is just like never going down. Sorry.
Oh, okay, cool. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
I motion to go into executive session.
I second.
Megan motions, Evan seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, please lower your hands. All against, please raise your hand. All abstaining, please raise your hand. All right, 10-0. That is approved. We're going into executive session at 11.